and call the meeting to order. We're going to start with introductions. I'm Jenny Stapp, the state librarian. I'm just going to call on people in order based on the alphabetical membership of the members of the NAC. So Sean, if you want to go first.
Sure, just name, etc.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
For the record, this is a small enough group that we're all going to get to know each other, but for the record, it's good to have.
So my name's Sean Anderson. I am a senior librarian at Imagine If Libraries in Flathead County. And I mean, I don't know what all we want to share, but I oversee all of our collection development as well as branch services and facilities. So I have lots of fingers all over the library.
Thanks, Sean. Hanor? Hanor, is your audio?
Sorry, I needed to unmute.
There you go.
I'm Hanor Bray, the director of Missoula Public Library.
A brand new, gorgeous facility in downtown Missoula.
Yeah, come visit.
Erin?
I'm Erin LaFramboise, library director at Medicine Spring Library in Browning.
Susie?
I am Susie McIntyre, the director of the Great Falls Public Library, which is not new.
Jody?
Jody Moore, the director of the Red Lodge Carnegie Library.
Let's see, did Lori join us by chance? I don't see her. Dorlyn?
Hi, I'm Dorlyn Rossman. I'm at Montana State University in Bozeman, and I am a professor and head of digital library initiatives.
Jonna?
Jonna Underwood, director, Sheridan County Library in Plentywood.
And Mark?
Hi, Mark Weatherington, director of Bitterroot Public Library in Hamilton.
I'll ask staff to introduce themselves. Tracy?
Tracy Cook, lead consulting and learning librarian with the Montana State Library.
And Kara?
Good morning, Kara Orban, Montana State Library.
Jennifer?
Hi, I'm Jennifer Burnell, the director of the Montana Memory Project at the State Library.
And Amy?
Hi, I'm Amy Martrick. I'm the lead system administrator for the Montana Shared Catalog at the Montana State Library.
And Jessica?
Jessica Edwards, data coordinator for the State Library.
Carly. I'm sorry, Melody Carly.
Close enough. This is Melody Carly from the Montana Shared Catalog at the Montana State Library.
And Rebecca.
Morning, this is Rebecca Camp. I am a system administrator for the Montana Shared Catalog at the Montana State Library.
And Genevieve.
I'm Genevieve Lighthizer, the admin assistant for the Montana State Library.
And it looks like we have Dave Shearer from Billings. Dave, are you joining us?
Yes, I'm just observing. I'm the cataloger in Billings Public.
Glad to have you with us, Dave. Did I miss anyone? All right, well, this should be a great day full of lots of discussion about where we are going with our newly formed Network Advisory Council. I hope that today really sort of sets some direction and lays a path so that we can start to see the vision that we have for the Network Advisory Council and the Montana Library Networks start to come to fruition. By no means is our work complete by the end of today, but as you can see throughout the agenda, we have lots of information about where we think we're going, questions that have come to our minds here at the State Library as we've been thinking about the future of the Montana Library Network and core services and how we think about the impact of our work and how we measure our success. So I'm looking forward to diving in and having some deep discussion. I know that it can be a little bit problematic to have videos on all day. It can be exhausting looking at ourselves all day. And for some, I know internet can be problematic, but to the extent possible, I encourage all of you to have videos on whenever possible so that we can really engage in meaningful dialogue with one another. We're going to start quickly with an action item to approve the minutes from the May Network Advisory Council meeting. You have the March meeting minutes. They're just part of the formal record. Is there any questions or revisions about the May 4th minutes?
It looks like under the first section in bold, Aaron's last name is missing an R.
Thanks for that catch, Jody.
And then I didn't know if there was confusion because both I was present and Stacy Moore. So there's a couple of references to member Moore, but I'm not sure how important that is.
We'll take a look at that.
Yeah, I can go back and fix that and put a
Yeah.
first name. Yeah, good
Yeah.
catch. Thank you.
Make sure that that's noted for the record. Appreciate that, Jody. Are there any other corrections or additions to the minutes? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
This is Erin. I motion to approve the May 4th minutes.
Thanks, Erin. Is there a second?
This is Dorlin. I second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, thank you. Next on the agenda is just some discussion time about the training that we had this last Friday with Linda Hofshire, talking about how we can best use data and planning to think about the impact of the services that we want to offer. In the NAC job description and in some of our early discussions about the NAC, we recognize that there's a series of learning, almost a curriculum that we want to go through with Network Advisory Council members, including topics just like the budget and funding available for doing library development work in Montana, impact and data-driven planning, thinking about how we offer services systematically and so forth. So last Friday represented the first in what I hope will be a series of trainings that we'll plan to bring you over the course of the next year or 2 years. So Tracy's going to lead us in just some reflection about the learning that we went through this past Friday. Thanks, Tracy.
Yeah. And this is, something that Joe Flick, as our instructional designer on staff, really taught me the power of, is how you can kind of deepen your learning when you just take a few moments as a group to sort of reflect on what you learned. And so, my questions for you are there on the agenda. I'm just curious, for those of you who were able to make it to Linda's session, what did you find interesting? What did you learn? Maybe what did you kind of want to explore further, topics for further training that we might do? And then maybe most importantly, how can we apply what we learned from Linda to the work with the Montana Library Network in particular? So does anyone kind of want to go first? Any brave souls?
I'll jump in.
Thanks, Jody.
I appreciated a reminder that we shouldn't just always be focused on outputs as in the numbers, that outcomes are really where we should be looking. Also the reminder that there's a difference between short-term, medium-term, and long-term goals, and that you need to think about things on a broad scale. And then I think one of the other big notes for me was that the focus should be on the participants themselves, and just kind of keeping your mind on that end of the equation as much as possible. I thought it was good. You know, there's a lot of stuff that was like, oh yeah, I know that, but being reminded of it and putting it in this context, showing examples. I love working through real life examples. That was really helpful. So I got a lot out of it. Thank you.
Yeah, the other thing I got out of that, Jody, when you'd said the focus on the participants, was kind of the reminder, particularly in thinking about it from the equity lens of like, does the participant, what do they want to get out of it, you know, written in their own words, and how do we make sure we capture that? I thought that was kind of like, oh yeah, makes it tougher, but I think more valuable. Any others?
Yeah, I'd like to share. I think one of the biggest things that I got out of it kind of new was the dimensions of success. And I like the idea of thinking about a logic model with more than just the inputs, outputs, and outcomes, because, you know, there's a little more to think about other than just the numbers and then what you want the outcome to be, because are you looking at the outcome as being something holistic, or is it just within your narrow scope? And something I actually made a note of that I think is a really good reminder is that when you're doing a needs assessment for your community, it's often hard to, you know, be like, well, what are your needs specifically for the library? But what are their needs in general, and who do they look like, and how can you serve them? So I do think just a reminder that, you know, who are the participants and how can we serve them better?
Yeah, I also really like the dimensions of success, and I'd say that might be an area I'd be interested in exploring more, like how we really, which ones of those we would want to tackle and what that would look like.
I really appreciated the dimensions of success too. And what struck me, and maybe we can explore this a little further later today, is when we look at how we're evaluating our core services and that draft evaluation framework, do we need to call more attention to the fact that there might be different dimensions of success for the different services and allow for that? And then as we think about how we are evaluating and what kinds of metrics and other data we're collecting, are we collecting data that can demonstrate whether or not we're being successful in those different areas of success? And then in our reporting tools, our dashboards, et cetera, are we also conveying how we are either successfully or unsuccessfully meeting those various dimensions? I don't know if everybody was on the training yesterday. I wonder if it would help to have some examples of some dimensions of success, or maybe we can get into that a little bit later when we talk about the evaluation framework.
I don't think everyone was able to make it. And
I can add the slides to the comments, and it's on page.
That'd be awesome, Erin. Thank you.
30, I think. All right.
Any others, Susie or Mark or Sean?
I had
Well,
a note. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Sean.
I was just looking back at my notes from that, and I had written down the dimensions of success. So I think I wrote down that it's important for us to sort out. And I also think it was interesting to think about it in terms of those dimensions of success as being different thinking about us as a consortium versus us as individual libraries. I think when we're moving as a collective, measuring success is bound to look different than simply circulation numbers or building traffic, those things that we're most accustomed to. So I think just having that consortium mindset, thinking about those dimensions of success, is something that I took away from it.
That's a good point. Susie, were you going to say something?
I was just going to say that I feel like everybody has said all the things that I thought of. So good job, team.
Yeah, I don't have anything to really add either, other than that I thought it was a valuable, or at least a very useful thing to have before going into this NAC meeting. So I thought it was well worth attending. And I thought just the ways of framing, just the intentionality behind some of it, I thought was kind of helpful. The way we both plan as well as evaluate, and that it'll probably look different for some projects than others in terms of what success means when you factor in some of the kind of equity and the stuff in the fair library fair resolution thing. Because yeah, using the exact same success metric for every single project when some of them might serve different people, I think is going to be just something useful to keep in mind. So that's what I got from it.
Yeah, and I think Mark and Shawnee both kind of led into really the how can we apply it to the work of the NAC, especially in thinking about collaborative efforts versus individual libraries, and then who we're serving. And Kara responded in chat that yes, it would be really helpful if the NAC could advise on how to measure sufficient unto their needs. And that would be, it's like this huge thing, and how do we make it concrete? For those of you who are at the training, Jenny was joking about logic models are not unicorns and rainbows. And even though I am a lover of unicorn and rainbows, which Jenny knows, I realize that sufficient unto their needs is broad enough that it's very easy to go to that nebulous area and to not be more specific in kind of those dimensions of success. And that is something that could be very useful to us as a group. Did I miss any other chat? Let me just look here. Nope.
Tracy, I also had some notes near the end when she was talking about evaluation and that concept of are the intended participants reached? Who were your intended participants? Are we reaching them? Are we just constantly preaching to the choir and further enabling our patrons who were already pretty well off? And then, yeah, who are we benefiting? Who isn't benefiting? What are the unintended outcomes? And I find those questions really interesting. And I can think of examples in my years working in the library where I have been surprised by the way things were utilized.
Yeah, I really liked those questions too.
Mm-hmm.
Any final thoughts?
I don't know if somebody else already said this, but I think one of the other things that struck me was, and the project brief that Sean shared, I think is a great example of starting with the outcomes, starting with the intended impacts first, and engineering our way back. To me, I don't know, that's just kind of the way my mind works. And so that was a really useful way to, I think, frame how I view what our work is.
And to kind of tag on to that, Jenny, one thing that I mentioned in that training was how useful, or how it kind of changed my thinking to give myself the freedom to kind of bounce between those things. To start at the outcome, that's a good practice, but to feel free to return to it once you've sort of figured out what kinds of resources you have to put into that project. It's not just a linear thing. It can be sort of chaotic and dynamic.
I think one of the challenges in my mind that we will likely face in the future, and I don't know that it's necessarily something that we need to resolve so much as just acknowledge, is that we may have some idealized outcomes that we seek when we talk about providing sufficient library services unto their needs. And there are going to be barriers, there are going to be challenges. We're going to lack funding, we're going to lack staff resources to do different things. And in my mind, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't plan for and try to anticipate how we might address those concerns, whether in the short term or in the long term. But that there is still value in the effort and the exercise to have those goals and outcomes and plans in mind, so that, when the time is right and the different pieces fall into place, we have the ability to take action.
So what I heard from the group is kind of our takeaways was the reminder to focus on the participants, to think about success from their perspective, to maybe explore the dimensions of success that Erin shared the slides and the page number in the chat, and how they might look different depending on the project or the service, and also depending on whether it's a collaborative effort or we're looking at it through the lens of an individual patron or library. And then also just the importance of, I think, that working backwards piece and the evaluation piece, and asking ourselves, are we benefiting who we thought we were going to benefit? Did this achieve what we thought it was going to achieve? Or did it in fact do something completely different? And thank you, Sean. Susie, did you have a comment?
Well, I just, I think that it's also important for us to look at the outcomes and then, to compare how much input are we putting in to get the outputs that we want of, and just to be struck by being realistic about the inputs, how much staff time is this actually going to take, and how much is this going to cost? Because are we better off spending a little for a little outcome or a lot for a lot outcome? And that is, yeah, good job, Kara. Impact effort matrix.
Perfect.
Yes. Return on investment. Well, thank you just for humoring me and having that discussion. I think it's definitely our hope that the NAC will begin to use these things. Although today's meeting is mostly like kind of getting yourselves up and running in this new format and putting the framework in place, definitely, especially when we're looking at that evaluation framework, a lot of what Linda had to say comes into play there. Thanks, Jenny.
Okay. So we thought to kick off this meeting, in terms of the order of the agenda, it might behoove us to just think about who we are organizationally and how we relate to the State Library Commission. And I want to thank Sean and Jonna for working with me to revise what were the NAC operating guidelines into some new bylaws for the Network Advisory Council. I have this listed as an action item. However, if you would prefer to delay action until your November meeting, that's fine too. I'll leave that up to the comfort of the group. I want to go through and hit a few highlights that I think are important in the bylaws. And if other people have comments about the bylaws, that's great too. One of the important components that you'll see reflected in the bylaws is that they call for an elected chair from the Network Advisory Committee, as well as a vice chair to stand in place of the chair when necessary, as opposed to having state library staff chair this meeting. That was a recommendation that came from a library in Montana. And it's historically the State Library has chaired this meeting as an advisory board to the State Library Commission. But I think for a variety of reasons, most importantly, to make sure that the work and the outcomes of the Network Advisory Council truly reflect the priorities of Montana libraries, I think it makes a lot of sense to think about having a member of the NAC serve as chair and incoming vice chair. So wanted to call that out as a potential point of discussion as we look at the bylaws. If you agree and want to adopt the bylaws with the elected positions, you'll see that the bylaws call for those elections to happen at your last meeting of the calendar year, which would be our next meeting. So I would suggest that we would then hold that election in November as part of your agenda in November. Just a couple of other points I wanted to call your attention to in looking at the bylaws. It lays out the fact that the members of the commission create the slate of nominees for the Network Advisory Council, and the commission votes on that slate of members. That's very different from the process we went through before, where it was a very representative model, and people applied and then were selected by the state librarian. So that change is called out. There's the terms of the NAC, that they're 3-year terms. People can serve a second term. The powers and duties that are articulated in the bylaws come directly from that job description that was created for the Network Advisory Council this spring. There's information there about attendance and commitment to the Network Advisory Council. I think this is really important. You know, we come together 4, maybe 5 times a year, which isn't all that frequent given the amount of work that we see before us. And, you know, we want to do a lot of deep thinking and learning during these meetings. And so I think it's really critical for members to be engaged and attentive during these meetings so that our time together is really maximized and used well. Information about voting procedures. The point I wanted to draw your attention to there is that these bylaws call for proxies to not be allowed. That practice is consistent with the State Library Commission's bylaws. They too don't allow for proxies, just in order to make sure that everybody's vote is fully informed by the discussion when that vote occurs, and informed by any public comment that is received. Is there any other discussion or anything in the bylaws people have questions about or want to call our attention to?
I'm that person in a meeting that goes through bylaws and policies too closely probably, but I did have a couple of questions. In the general description, that first paragraph, I was surprised that in the with input from didn't include Montana State Library staff, because I feel like the state library staff is going to be critical to all of our discussions and decision making. So I wondered if that should be added in. That also shows up in the job description. The state library staff isn't mentioned. And then I wondered if the vice chair is intended to be the incoming chair. That's not really addressed in any way. Maybe that's okay. The concept of a 2-year term is a problem if somebody's term is about to end in a year. So I don't know if that's worth discussing. I thought missing 3 consecutive regular meetings when you maybe only have 4 a year is like, that's a lot of missing meetings and there's only 9 of us. So that seemed pretty lax. And I've seen bylaws where you write unexcused absences from meetings. I didn't see a mention of a quorum for voting, like what that number would be. And I didn't know if it should be addressed whether or not NAC members should be able to serve on core service committees or not.
just want to make sure I've captured all of those. So a couple places where state library staff could be added in addition to the commission and the state librarian. Question about whether or not vice chair serves as the incoming chair. Discussion of quorum, and you're right, we missed that, so we need to address quorum. 3 meetings seems excessive. Is that clear? I think you made one more point that I missed.
Officers shall serve a 2-year term. Does that get, strange if somebody, for example, on the outset of this committee, there's 3 people who are only serving a 1-year term at outset. So would that get confusing? But maybe not. Maybe they'd be reappointed before we'd get to the last meeting of the calendar year. And so it wouldn't be an issue, or we would just deal with that. And then the last question I'd had, Jenny, is should it be addressed whether a NAC member can serve on a core service committee?
Okay, got it.
And then editorially, there's under Article 5, it references ideas from leadership institutes, et cetera. It was weird to me that the L in leadership was capitalized, but not the I in institute. And then under Article 8, the last bullet point, I didn't know if that should have an end period, and the sentence under that last bullet point is also missing a period. And I apologize for being that person at the meeting that obsesses about bylaws and policies.
Wow. I'm quite glad that you are that.
I had a question, Jenny. In the past, when in our former membership, we had a representative from the State Library Commission. Do we have any kind of formal representation from the commission that's going to be present at these meetings, or is that just if they would like to attend, they can?
That's a great question, Dorlin, and one that we are trying to iron out right now. We are in the process of making sure we know who will be appointed.
Okay. And yeah, and I guess I would just like to be clear of the role of what that person's representing there.
I think their role will be ex officio, so non-voting, but able to hear and understand and engage in the discussions at a deeper level, so that when the recommendations from this council are brought to the commission, that we have a commission member who can understand and reflect those points of view.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good question.
Yeah, that was something I kind of wondered as a former commission NAC appointed member. I really feel like it was very useful to go back to the commission and not necessarily need to worry about, the NAC chair or someone to also have to attend all of the commission meetings as well.
My one question is, and I don't know if this belongs in the bylaws or something else, but do we have something about conflict of interest? I know, like, when Great Falls Public Library was going to be joining the shared catalog, I didn't vote on the motion to fund the joining of new libraries, and so because we're all impacted by LSTA funds, I wonder if the bylaws should address that, or if we have a different process for that in place.
That's a good question. I've actually sought a legal opinion on that question, because we often have commissioners who are librarians who benefit from, or their libraries benefit from, decisions that the commission makes. And the legal opinion came back to say that as long as the individual is not personally benefiting, then legally it's not a question of a conflict of interest. So from a legal framework, that's probably okay. if your conscience says you feel like you should abstain, then I think that's certainly understandable. I'm interested in your thoughts about the vice chair and whether or not that position becomes the chair. I think that then probably means that becomes essentially a 3 to 4 year commitment.
Jenny, this is Hanor, and the reason that I don't think that's a good idea is it keeps a lot of people from stepping up to be vice chair because they don't want to be chair.
Mhm.
And so it allows them to have a leadership role that isn't quite as large a commitment as being a chair. I think you get more
I want video.
people that will step up if you don't make it move forward to a chair position.
Thanks, Nora. Any other thoughts?
I agree. And I also think that it adds to that problem of if you're serving a 2-year term and you're vice chair, and then you're going to do the chair 2-year term, that assumes you're going to be around for 4 years, which is a lot. So I just think it's worth clarifying whether that's the intention, because in many organizations, the understanding is you're vice chair and that you will become chair by de facto when the chair's term ends.
Okay.
I agree with that as well. I don't think there's much more to add, but I think not having that expectation documented is a smart move.
Okay.
I didn't think of it that way just because I feel like the state library doesn't necessarily do that to anybody. Elections are brand new elections every time.
Mhm.
But I at first thought a 2-year term sounded really great just for consistency. But then, Jody's point of people serving a 2-year term, what if you wanted to take that, responsibility on, but you only have a year left in your term and you're not quite sure if you can commit to another year, another term yet. So I do think maybe the 2-year term is a little excessive because of the structure.
I also agree with that. I think we could put something like that the chair would serve 1-year terms and set like a maximum of 2-year terms. That way we're still sort of rotating that responsibility, but not locking somebody in for an inordinate amount of time or having to stress about term limits or things like that.
So maybe a 1-year term with an option to be reelected. Does
Mhm.
that address that? Thumbs up. I see thumbs up.
This is Jonna. Just a quick question. Is this the chair? Would this be something that everyone on the committee shares? Or would this be, whoever kind of, wants to do it or feels compelled to? What's the idea on that?
I mean, my understanding is that it's elected and that the chair would, part of their responsibility would be to either announce their willingness to be reelected or sort of be in communication with the other members of the NAC to basically present that slate of officers for a vote according to what's in the bylaws. So it would be elected. We would be, presenting the preference of the chair based on their conversations with the membership, but then it would be voted on by the members of the NAC.
I wonder if more is expected of the chair too, or should be, like, would the chair be the person who would attend the commission meetings and share what we're working on or what decisions have been made? Or Jenny, do you think you serve that role between the two groups?
I'm
Or
happy
we
to
all take turns.
I'm happy to serve that, but I would certainly love the chair to join me in those discussions. I think it lends weight to the discussions with the commission. In terms of a quorum, we typically just use a simple majority of voting members, which would be 5 in this case. And then I think in terms of voting, a majority of members present is what we have in our other advisory council.
The
I
only
think
reference that was within these bylaws is under the Article 11, which is that the bylaws can only be amended by a 2/3 majority of the membership,
Yeah.
which would be 6,
Yeah.
right? 6 who would all vote in favor of it. So that's the only place where it was mentioned.
I think
But
up
yes.
at our meetings, we need to add a quorum.
Yeah, and I think keeping the quorum simple like that is smart. And I can't remember if it was with like partners maybe, or even outside of the library, the worry with having a quorum be half of the group and then passed by a simple majority is you could conceivably have 3 people making decisions on behalf of the entirety of the group. That's also motivation for us to show up to our meetings and make sure that everybody is there. But that is just worth calling out, because I remember the first time I heard that, I was like, oh yeah, that does seem like a real problem. So just food for thought, I suppose.
I agree with Sean, and especially if you're traveling to a meeting, you certainly don't want to travel there and then find out, oh, now we don't have a meeting.
Right. Well, we can still have the meeting, we just can't really do much of anything except
Yeah,
hang out.
exactly. Even though everybody is very fun to talk to, it's a long way to travel for nothing.
Yep. What about meeting attendance? I think the commission's operating guidelines are if you've missed 2 consecutive unapproved meetings.
That sounds a lot better.
I agree.
3 consecutive meetings is a lot when you only have 8 meetings. That seems really excessive to me. And I do think that it should say unexcused, but if people are allowed, if we do hybrid meetings and people are allowed to meet online, then it seems like 2 is plenty.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if it's something, I don't know, I worry a little bit about you miss 2 meetings, you come to 1, then you miss 2 more meetings. Are you really on the neck anymore if you're just not being consistent? I'm not sure if it should be, I don't know, I'm kind of thinking like 2 unexcused meetings per term. I know that there's lots of things that happen in life, but if you can't commit, then it's, maybe you should resign and let somebody step up into your place.
So not consecutive, but just 2 per term.
That's something I'm thinking, but I definitely am open to conversation about it.
I agree. I think 2 unexcused absences per term seems reasonable, because we really need people to be here and be involved. And if you're not, at a discussion, then it's really hard to be at the next meeting and be productive. I really hope I don't miss any meetings.
I like what Honor said. I mean, with all the ways that we can make the meeting virtually or in person, we shouldn't. I mean, especially unexcused. There's always somebody you can let know that I can't meet the meeting for whatever reason. But with face-to-face, with virtual, we should be able to get there.
Great.
And are we keeping the language that 2 unexcused absences per term is grounds for removal, or is it automatic removal?
I think I'm just thinking out loud a little bit, because it's the commission that adopts the slate of candidates. I would think that they would be the one to potentially remove or replace a candidate. So I think the language of grounds for probably makes sense, because then a recommendation would go to the commission to replace that person. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And maybe
we don't
that's
really
not
have the
clear
power.
here in Article 8, because it says committee members may be removed by regular voting procedure for the following reasons. So maybe that does need to be stated, that it's only the State Library Commission has the authority.
Right there. Good.
And then do we need to address how we fill a seat left by somebody who leaves midterm? Or this concept of a leave of absence. If somebody takes a leave of absence, do you fill their seat during their absence?
I think Jenny's point about the commission's role could answer that question as well. I think it's not anything that I had thought about specifically, but we don't really have the power to appoint or remove or replace members of this. That's the job of the commission.
I think
Could we
maybe
just say that like any removals, replacements, etc., are under the discretion of the commission itself and not us.
Yeah, and replacement or filling of positions would follow the practice of the commission, something like that.
Maybe similar to in MCA, the way it talks about trustees on a library board and what happens, when somebody leaves a vacant term.
Good.
And I know we've been discussing the unexcused absences, but should there be something included along the lines with excused as well? Because if I have to say, oh, I'm going to be gone, this one for this, and then, the next meeting, I'm going to be gone for that. And, I could be excused for 3 out of the 4 meetings, which isn't good either, even though I'm technically excused from it. So should there be something in there with regard to excused absences as well?
We could add a statement that says something like absences should be noted to the chair within 7 days, 10 days prior to the meeting.
Should be excused.
Yeah. Notice of less than 7 or 10 days will be considered an unexcused absence.
But John is right. You could be very timely and you're letting people know you're not going to be there and then just repeat the behavior. consistently. I guess I do live in Tracy's land of rainbow and unicorns. And so I would like to think that everyone appointed here is taking this pretty seriously and will stay engaged. But I guess that would be my hope, is that we can think that we will be taking it seriously. But it it is a potential issue.
I think it's a potential issue that's been, I've seen demonstrated before, where the same person is always not available to come to the meetings, even though we normally set meetings, a year in advance.
And we could also leave it relatively vague and say that absences should be, that the chair should be alerted to any absences with reasonable time to prepare for that absence, and just kind of leave it loose like that. So if it starts to feel weird to us, then we can, that still kind of gives us some latitude to lobby the commission for changes to this group.
Yeah, I mean, I guess also if we're talking about how far in advance you want to give notice, I just don't want somebody freaking out, like, they have some physical emergency that happens and then they're like, oh, I'm gonna get kicked off the NAC. If I don't go to my doctor's appointment, I should just go to the NAC meeting. I can see people.
Yeah.
So I guess, I think the spirit we're trying to get at is, does it seem like somebody is not taking their responsibility seriously?
And I think before going to the commission, it should definitely maybe be one of the duties of that chair to be able to, to call the person up and say, I'm concerned about, the lack of attendance at meetings, or, I think that's a little more responsible than heading straight to the commission and saying, this person's not showing up. Unless they don't respond to you, then, then that would be the next action.
I think that's a very fair point.
I agree. I wanted to go to the question about whether or not NAC members can serve on core service committees. In my mind, the answer is yes, absolutely. We want your expertise there. I don't know if that's something that needs to be explicit in the bylaws or not, or if you all feel differently.
I think we established that at the last meeting, that we can serve on the core. Yeah, I'm not sure if it should be something that's in writing or not.
I don't think it needs to be in the bylaws. I think it probably should be documented somewhere. I know I'd
like in the job description.
Yeah, or if there's, I know I'd mentioned to Jenny and maybe Jonna at some point that I think as this group comes together and we get our feet underneath us, like some standard practices and best practices will really come into focus, and we should make a practice of documenting those as they come into focus. But I don't know, I think the job description is a fine place for it now. And I know we're talking about core service committees later on too, so maybe we can, if there's any documentation that goes with that, we can say it in there.
I think that sounds good. So I have a number of notes here. I would propose that we table adoption of the bylaws so that you can see a revised draft given the number of changes. Is everybody okay with that? Is there a motion to table? I should ask for that.
Well, I'll make a motion to table adoption of bylaws.
Second.
Thanks, Susie.
Would we have a desire to adopt the bylaws prior to the meeting in November? Or could we like adopt the bylaws at the start of that meeting and then boom, those are our bylaws?
Yeah, so what I was gonna add, and I wanted to say this in the motion, but I know there's discussion afterwards. I think I would propose that we have a very small group edit these bylaws, get a final version together and get it to the membership like a month at least prior to the next meeting, so that there's ample time to review them, to ask for additional edits, to have that discussion online, so that, like you said, Jody, very first thing when we start that meeting, we can adopt the bylaws and
Yeah.
move forward.
Yeah, I think we could adopt them with immediate effect.
Yeah.
That would
But Jenny,
be
if
good.
you're taking notes, I don't think that committee should be, or I would advocate for that committee being very small, like 3 people.
Okay.
Just knocking it out.
Maybe Sean and Jonna and Jody.
I was gonna
Well,
say.
Jody for sure.
Jody for sure.
She has to
think
catch
Sean
the
and Jonna
periods
did
and
a good job. I think they could probably make the changes themselves, and then I'll just come in and tear it up.
you rip it apart.
You're too far in, Jody. You're in now.
Well, and I think part of the reason we should have a team work on them before is just because on the calendar at the next meeting, we'll be voting for officers.
Right.
And so I don't think we can do that until the bylaws are approved.
Mhm.
Good. Okay. All right, there's a motion on the table to table the bylaws until the November meeting. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Do we need
Aye.
a second on the motion or no? It's tabling. Oh,
They seconded it.
All in favor, say aye.
aye.
I
Any opposed? I think that was everyone. Any abstentions? All right. Thanks. Thank you all. That was a really good and useful discussion. All right. Let's go ahead now and turn to the discussion of the core services themselves. Let me do a check-in. Does anybody need a break?
I do.
All right. All right. I have 10:30 on the nose. Can we come back at 10:40?
Yep.
Okay.
Great.
Let's get started again. The next item on the agenda is discussion of the core services themselves and something that we've been talking about now for going on a year. Tracy shared a memo with your meeting materials that discusses some of the questions that we have amongst ourselves that we're interested in your thoughts about. Sort of starting with the definition of what we mean when we talk about core services. You know, over the last eight months or so, we've talked about core services being those services that have direct impact on patrons. You know, if we're thinking about sort of the audience for our services, there's kind of a distinction between the state library serving libraries and librarians and those services that we support and that we collectively support that then directly touch our patrons. And in my mind, when I've been exploring these ideas, it's those touch points that kind of make the distinction for me in my mind. But again, as Tracy says in her memo, we're interested in knowing what you think might be core services, and how then we use that definition to shape our approach to planning for and evaluating those services. The other thing I think is really important to say in this conversation is that, well, two things. The list is not set in stone. You know, the idea behind these core services is that these are the services that we think are really important today. But as library services evolve, what we view as core services will necessarily change. If we're doing our job well, the list should change. The other thing that I think is important to recognize as we're having this discussion is that, in my mind, by articulating what these services are, we are saying that these are the services that we are investing in, that these are the priorities that we will invest our time and our resources in, that we will define and think very deliberately about understanding what success looks like and how we're evaluating that success. And I want to be so deliberate that we're actually going to ask the commission to take action on this list of core services, so that we have their commitment behind us in saying that, yes, they agree that when we are building a budget for library development in the state of Montana, that it's these services that we are investing state library resources in order to support, in order to help achieve the success that we want to see with these services. So we've proposed a definition for core services, which is those services where we have direct impact on patrons through librarians' subject matter expertise and the resources of our libraries.
I did have a question on that sentence. In this case, what is meant by we? Is that state library staff, the state library as an entity, or is that the Montana Library Network as an entity?
That's a great question. In my mind, it's the Montana Library Network, and the NAC as sort of the representative of the Montana Library Network. But I think we should all weigh in on that discussion.
I thought of it as the library network as well.
I would agree that it's the library network, or we don't have any business setting those priorities.
What do you think of the definition overall?
The phrase librarian subject matter expertise is very odd, awkward, weird, only means something to librarians,
Yes.
might not mean something to half the librarians. And also I'd love to funnel in and be like, does it always involve librarian subject matter expertise, or is it just some software that we purchased? I don't know. That kind of I don't know, stopped me in my tracks.
I had a similar reaction. I thought it was a little bit jargony, no shade. I promise you. The if anybody's talked to me or Connie or Martha in the last year, you will have heard us say like traditional purpose of libraries, and that our job is to provide equitable access to information, that's like this historic charge of libraries. And that came to mind reading this, and I feel like could probably stand in for some of that jargony stuff that Jody was mentioning, that if we say it's services that have a direct impact on patrons' access to information in library services.
Say that one more time, Sean.
Core services are services that have a direct impact on patrons' access to information and library services.
Wonder if I'm not sure if Genevieve, are you driving? Could you just bring up that memo? And then also I threw in the chat a link to kind of it's a flow chart that might also be helpful as we talk more specifically about the core services themselves. Wanted to make sure you're all aware of those. So services where we have a direct impact on patrons' access to information and library services.
Just have a kind of a question about that, and it's one that I have been kind of wrestling with, especially with the Fair Library Access Resolution, and just my years of working with Bruce Newell. You know, he's always kind of like, absolutely, our patrons need to be getting the best service possible, but who are we not serving? So do we mean patrons as in they use the library, or do we actually mean our community members? And I just am curious about where the NAC members fall on that question.
I thought the same thing, Tracy, because in the definition of the Montana Library Network, we use the phrase all Montanans, and then it's strange to go down to patrons. But I also, another thing I wanted to point out is if you read, so we just said we as Montana Library Network. So if you fill in the definition of Montana Library Network, the sentences read, services where a collaborative community of Montana libraries working together to provide all Montanans with library content and services sufficient unto their needs, provides access to information and resources. And so basically what you could say is the core services are it's the Montana Library Network doing what it should be doing in its own definition. So it feels like it's like in our definition, we're circling to the same statement. It's a little odd.
Are core services, in fact, the services that our community members are demanding from us?
I don't like the term demanding, because I feel like only certain people know that they can demand things from the library. But the library can offer things that people would definitely use that they didn't think the library could offer them before. So
it's a really good point, Erin. So is a core service something that is meeting the library needs of our community members? I'm hesitant to say just needs, because I think one of the things we librarians struggle with is like where to say no. And so I was trying to kind of maybe put some walls around it, but I don't know.
well, if we say library needs, you know, all of our libraries should have, you know, hopefully should have a mission statement And that kind of helps encapsulate each library's library needs for their community. And I don't want to drill down too far, because what if a library's mission is a little broader than, you know, what I would think my library does, or something like that. So I think library needs might be an okay phrase.
Okay.
Seems weird though.
It does.
Can I ask,
Where,
is
where
this,
does,
oh, sorry, Sean, go ahead.
well, ask your question, because I don't.
I just was gonna
I'm
ask,
wary of like wordsmithing.
who defined Montana Library Network, and is that set in stone? Do we have any, is that the definition we have to work with for Montana Library Network? And then we need to define core services off of that, or is all of this up for wordsmithing and discussion?
I think it's always all up for discussion.
Well, I think I'm thinking about what Tracy said in saying, you know, our ability to say no and the need for some kind of structure around this. Another way to put that is scope creep. And I think that is certainly something that we are dealing with locally and politically. You know, our commissioners, our local leaders are wondering, well, is that really the job of the library? And so I think a couple of things, that going back to that most basic purpose of libraries, to provide access to information and library resources, is a good starting place. And I think that gives us plenty of latitude to be creative, to be innovative, to do the kinds of things that we want to do without giving detractors a bunch of ammunition for accusing us of letting our scope creep too much. I had another thought too, but it's escaping me.
So Sean, are you saying, I've heard library services and library resources both in the, and I'm wondering, like, what does that mean when we say library services?
Library, well, I mean, I think library services, that's where that's where I'm picturing giving ourselves the latitude to do things that are maybe a little bit outside of that traditional role. Something that has come to my mind is something like job seeker resources. I've been in several people's ears about offering something like LinkedIn Learning or Lynda or some sort of skills building thing that is not necessarily, I would call that like a library service. It's access to skills building resources, to job seeker resources, not necessarily just information.
Sean, I agree with you. I think that services are going to change greatly in every single community, and there's no way that anybody can dictate that. Core resources are a little different than that.
I prefer services to resources.
I do too, yeah.
Can you even say one of the services we provide is access to resources? So services includes resources in that way?
Yes.
Yeah.
I keep going back to this definition of Montana Library Network, and I feel like it should include the phrase core services. If core services are what's at the heart of everything, you know, all the decision making and how we frame things. And then there's got to be some way that the core services definition calls back to the mission of the Montana Library Network. Those things should be, they should be more connected than they are here. They're talking about the same thing, but they're not. If core services is the catchphrase we're using, it should appear, I think, in the Montana Library Network definition or mission or whatever that is right there.
Is it possible to pull up like just a document and drop these two things in there so we can kind of get a live picture of the language that we're adjusting? Because now I'm discombobulated.
So like a Google Doc or a Word document. and
Yeah,
like
just
that.
something that we can see.
Yep.
Kara comes to mind. She's usually very good about having things like that.
Is that something you guys want me to do, or does somebody else want to do that?
You can do it, Genevieve.
Okay. Let me
And
make
then
you-
I'll
okay.
send it. I have to create it, but as soon as I'm done, I'll chat message you. Okay.
Okay. I can make you a co-host if you want to.
Okay.
Yeah. One person.
I got a seed of the other thought that I was having. I do think I don't want to lose the spirit of that expertise of librarians. I think clearly I'm like in this state where I'm thinking about our detractors more than anything. But I think that with libraries and information services sort of being under threat, that expertise of librarians, of information professionals, is being called into question. And so I think in one form or another, maintaining that expertise is important. And maybe that's just what the library network is. Maybe we bake it into the definition of the network, that we are the subject matter experts, and that we on the NAC have been entrusted to act as professionals and make decisions on behalf of all Montana libraries and all Montanans. It was just that piece about not losing the expertise, not losing the professionalism in the course of all the wordsmithing.
Well, Tracy's working on getting an editable version available. I think the only other thing I would add about the core services is that, you know, they should be sort of measurable and attainable. We should be able to define what they are individually, and how we think about their success and the resources necessary to accomplish the work. So I think if that's helpful at all to thinking about the definition.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know, I feel like it's another layer of specificity that we're not at yet, but you know, I'm thinking about either that sort of flow chart or org chart that you shared very early on, Jenny.
Yeah, and Tracy, I think that's in the chat there too, if we want to pull that up.
Yeah.
I'm also thinking about our workshop and the conversation at the start of the meeting. And should we be starting with our outcome, and our outcome should be in the definition. And then our job, you know, as we create the core services committees, is going then backwards to what the services actually look like.
That's a very good question, Jody. And one of the struggles I have with that is, like, when you're talking at this level, the outcomes are so big that they can approach the unicorn and rainbows.
But so does the phrase sufficient unto their needs in all Montanans, right? I mean, that's.
Yeah, I mean, Bruce is like me.
That's
He actually
leprechaun
likes
right
unicorn
there.
and rainbows.
That's a lot for our state library staff and library directors to pull off.
I'm not sure that I totally captured the core service definition, so please do look at that. I was focused on the conversation and didn't get all of the wording, I think.
So I feel like this is kind of quibbling, but I feel like sometimes we sell ourselves short, because when I think of access to information, that to me is like really factual and skill-based. But I think one of the key things that libraries do is improve quality of life by providing access to the rich historical and cultural narratives and stories and music and all of those different things. And I think for a lot of people, the word information does not include literature and music and movies. And so I don't know if we want to use a word along with information, because I think access to information is really important, but that other piece is also.
I know in our library, when we did our mission statement the last time, that was the conversation, is like, we're not an academic library. We're not just here to teach. We're here to entertain. We're here to, we are here to educate. But, and then I mean, I think half of the work that we do in our small public library is almost more on a counseling level. And, it's that customer service and the providing somebody to talk to, a safe, friendly space is really hard to encapsulate that. And I don't know that that falls into core services committees. I don't think there will be a core service committee on quality customer service or providing bartender style therapy across the circulation desk. But it is, I mean, it's such an important part of what a library does and why the library needs people and needs a physical space.
What's another synonym for services that we like? Got a lot of services going here.
Yeah. Tracy, Sean had mentioned making sure the definition captures that expertise. That idea of expertise.
And I've been really obsessing about palaces of the people and the role that libraries play in creation of social infrastructure. Not to waste everybody's time on a heartstring story, but one of our longtime staff members at the library died this summer, and the outpouring of community people that just talked about being touched by her and impacted by her, even though their only contact with her was seeing her once a month at the circulation desk. The fact that they had those conversations with her over years, they felt like they had a relationship with her, and that was a loss to her. And I think we sell ourselves short as libraries if we don't build in the fact that we do build community and we build relationship, and that is a core thing that libraries do. If libraries are not building community and relationship and connection, they are not being libraries, in my very humble soapbox opinion.
Preach
Thanks,
on,
Susie.
Susie.
And I really don't want to sound like I disagree with that. Obviously, I do very much agree with that. Like I said earlier, I'm coming from this place where we hear like, well, that's not really the job of the library. That's not what people expect from the library. And I think that's a cynical view. I disagree with it. I cannot get on board with it. That's just what I hear, and that's what's coloring my thoughts.
But what if, Sean, the state library puts it out there? This is the definition of a library. This is what we expect of our libraries. Does that help validate us in the minds of our local governments, our non-library users? Maybe
Absolutely.
it does.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, we know we've pointed out their statutory obligations to support and fund public libraries. And so, yeah, I think the more that it can come from the top, it's very appropriate.
Well, I think, and because I worked closely with Connie, she talked me into taking the Bleicher method, which is, I think Sean's familiar with it. I think what Sean is getting at here, and I'm trying to figure out, is a wording thing too. It's not that libraries aren't transformational, they are. That's why I work for them. It's that when you're working with certain stakeholders, they are not in the place of believing that libraries are transformational. So I think actually what Sean is trying to say is that Imagine If has been trying to figure out how to bridge that gap. And one of those ways is by talking about kind of the traditional library services and maybe a little bit the outcomes that can happen. Is that a good summary, Sean, of
your
experience?
Yeah, and I think like talking about the traditional role of libraries, it sort of builds a bridge to the fact that by doing what we've always done and what we've always been tasked with, we have these transformational results.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's worth supporting, it's worth funding, it's worth doing all of these things.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I thought about a lot during the pandemic and our closures was the reality that, yeah, I mean, the community, we aren't essential in the way the grocery store is essential, but we are essential if you want to enhance the lives of the members of your community and make the community a stronger place. And I think when you use that phrase, information, you sound more like you're talking about the essential bits, which are important too. I think you can't lose sight of the ways that we enhance people's lives. People survived without Montana Library to Go, but man, do they enjoy life with it. It makes their drives better. It makes their workday better. It, everything is better with that. I wouldn't call that information. I don't think that sums it up.
Yeah, I love that, Tracy. I would just even say the lives that enhance the lives of Montanans.
Jonna, just to throw a little wrench into it, my library doesn't just serve Sheridan County residents or Montanans, but we serve a lot of people who are from many different states. We serve Canadians. There was a couple here trying to get into Canada just recently, and they thought they had everything that they needed, and they didn't. And I had to help them out with a number of different things while they were here trying to get their way into Canada. So I understand it's Montana libraries working together, but these services also spread out to people who aren't just Montanans. So just another wrinkle that I thought of when I was reading the definitions.
I feel like part of this is, and we've talked about this a little already, but is about access. So it's not, you're getting back to this about information, and a lot of time is access to a human being access to a technology you might not have used otherwise, access to Montana Library to go. And so we are providing a space, whether online or in person or over the phone, to connect people with things. And I think that's part of why sometimes people don't think of libraries doing sort of these innovative things, because we see ourselves as a way of connecting people with other things. And sometimes we have to do that in a way that surprises people. You know, you say, oh, I can check out a book. Oh, and I can use virtual reality. Whoa, I didn't expect that. So I think access is a word I would be inclined to try to work into this definition.
I also, I'm wondering if we are also sort of losing, and this is not judgment, I'm totally happy to be shouted down, if we're like overthinking it too at this point. You know, I think what we're putting together now is what the Montana Library Network is about. And in my mind, this is a little more concrete than the direction we've been going for the last 10 minutes. I like the direction we're going. And ultimately, the Montana Library Network is to get things like Overdrive into the hands of the people that we serve. It's to get cultural resources into the hands of people that we serve. It's creating the infrastructure and the actual services themselves. I don't know that it's necessarily our mandate to create a community within an individual library. It's not really in our mandate to create transformational programming within every library. We're making it easier to do a lot of these things by working collaboratively.
I agree with Sean. One thing that I do think we might want to think about adding here would be technological. Like I see information, social, cultural, recreational, but you know, with hotspots and the other services that are related to technology that libraries provide, just copy machine, fax machine, computer, printer, I think, you know, the technological is something that we could focus on because we already do that. It's more or less kind of part of our existing operations and mandate. And I think also in terms of demonstrating our value and kind of positioning ourselves to receive funds that we can distribute in our community, like the hotspots are just a perfect example of this. I think it's probably worth not overlooking that. Yeah, that a lot of people, they look to the library specifically for technology. You know, that's what they're already there for. And from a kind of hierarchy of needs standpoint, I feel like a lot of people, they need that technology first before they can really even think about building the community and that sort of thing, because they need that basic connectivity and means of communication to do that and think outward from. So I just wanted to add that to the discussion.
I really agree with Mark. I just made a similar note that we were missing that. And that's also another piece that points to the expertise of librarians and library staff, because we have to be able to help people understand how to use the technology. I was looking at my library's mission statement, and we use a phrase, engage our community. Just like similar to the idea of enhance, you know, that it's the job of libraries to, you know, sort of reach out to the people in the state and bring them in and make them aware of these services, show them how to use them. And then I wonder, should there be something about, I don't really like the phrase cutting edge, but the fact that like the goal is always that these services they're being updated, they're being, they're relevant. We keep them relevant. I'm not sure how to phrase that, but I like the idea of referencing the fact that these aren't static. So everybody's old tiny notion of what the library does is a lot of what we fight against.
I would say in a certain way, it almost just be using the word necessary. I mean, to get a job at McDonald's, it's necessary for you to have an email address pretty much now from what we see our patrons having to do. So I would say, technology necessary to, I mean, that gets very long of, technology necessary to participate in society, basically. But I mean, we really are at the point now where if you don't have an email address or access to the internet, your chances of getting anything done in a halfway efficient manner are, pretty limited. You can't just get it done with a PO box and a landline the way you might have done, 20 years ago. Just, I'm trying to get my driver's license renewed. It expires in March and I'm like starting now to, go through that process. And it's, if I wasn't booking online, I would be, and we have people that come in the library to do that. So, but yeah, trying to just do it by calling, you're sitting on hold for an hour. So people get frustrated and come in here and just have us help them do that on our computers, which is an entire other type of frustration for them because they have to set up an email and they've never done that before. And it's just, the way these things work. So yeah, that's a long way of saying, I think maybe just leaving it at necessary technology and maybe leaving it there, or maybe wordsmithing on, to participate in society. But some people maybe don't want to participate in society, which is a whole other type of user that we have to encounter. But yeah, I'll leave it there.
We serve those people though too, because they are hoping to surreptitiously use our IP address instead of their own.
Just wanted to work in a couple of words, maybe. I think for this group, for our work specifically, it's important to keep in mind that we're talking about services that are scalable. I don't particularly like that word, but I don't see us spending a lot of time on services that don't apply or can't be adopted by all Montana libraries if we find ways to make that available. And then to Sean's point about library expertise, maybe relevant, scalable library services offered by library professionals or something like that, that enhance the lives of Montanans.
Jenny, I think that it's really important for us to always keep in mind that we're looking at all Montana libraries, we can't be looking at anything that we're concerned about for just our library.
Yeah.
I know that that's really hard to do sometimes, but because people get really excited about a project. But if it isn't applicable to the majority of libraries in the state of Montana, then it's not our job.
Yeah. I don't know if scalable is the right way to say that, but that's what I mean when in my mind when I think about that.
Yeah.
Tracy, I feel like this sentence is really it's skewing to public library. I'm trying to think of our special libraries and academic school libraries. We probably do need to have the word educational in there. I don't know, how do you sum up the special work that a medical library does? Or
well, Jody, I think you need educational in there just even for public libraries.
You're right. Yeah.
People use our library to be educated, not just sure or whatever.
A word we use in our mission statement is civic as well, because I think that's something important that libraries do in making access available to, election information, tax information, all that stuff.
I like that a lot. And I think that word civic goes to a lot of the things that Susie was mentioning. I mean, civic captures a lot of things, including knowing who your neighbors are and knowing where to go to vote and having relationships with your librarian. I think that fills a lot of gaps. I really like that word.
And just for the flow of the sentence, does it work better to say providing access to educational, civic, social, cultural, recreation, and technological information and resources rather than, because information is more of a noun?
Yes, I was thinking that as well. Go, Susie.
Yes. I think that that's shaping up.
I do too.
So core services are relevant, scalable library services provided by library professionals that enhance.
I agree with Jenny that scalable is a bit of a hard word. It hits a kind of cold.
Yeah.
I don't know. Relevant, appropriate.
Dynamic.
I think to me, scalable.
Purple.
It captures that inclusiveness, that it's for all Montana libraries.
Mhm.
Is there anything wrong with using the word inclusive rather than scalable?
Point.
Or do you have a phrase at the end instead that's something appropriate and specific to the individual community, or the based on the local needs, based on the needs of their users? I don't know. I don't really like that either, though.
I think since this is a definition of what the Montana Library Network does, then putting a statement at the end like that doesn't make sense to me.
No.
Because we're planning things that are relevant to all libraries, and you can participate if you want, or you can butt up if you want. But
what about?
I feel like this sentence is supposed to define what core services are, and I think the idea of being inclusive and scalable, I think we could put that in a different sentence, because we originally started out trying to define what the core services are, not what we did with them. But maybe I'm wrong about what we're trying to do.
no, I think you're right, Susie. It doesn't belong there.
So I think, I think the addition of Montana library professionals across the state sounds a little awkward, because this is the Montana Library Network. We don't necessarily, I don't know, do we need to define Montana multiple times?
So would you, I had been thinking that too, would you take out Montana and take out across the state?
Either leave Montana or take out across the state.
I would say the second one. Across the state doesn't really
Yeah.
add anything.
Tracy, would you read it out loud?
Relevant library services offered by Montana library professionals that enhance the lives of Montanans by providing access to educational, civic, social, cultural, recreational, and technological information and resources.
So can we go back to that flow chart and see if we think that sentence covers all those already identified core services?
Only one I shouldn't say this. I would recommend that we take budget out of that, and I think we can have a separate discussion about something like that.
I also.
Yeah, well, and I think that scalable and inclusive language, if we can find a way to sneak that in there, would allow for that budget, because the budget piece, correct me if I'm wrong, is more like, how do we share the costs of these things in a way that's manageable for all of the libraries that might want to participate?
Yeah.
We're not creating a budget, so to speak. It's more cost sharing.
Right. Similarly with the data and metrics.
Yes.
Publicity,
Those three in the middle of the second
Yeah.
row are more the services the state library will provide to the libraries in order for us to
Mhm.
successfully provide and evaluate the others.
Exactly, exactly. And just to sort of give you sort of a little more context, there is the work that goes into managing and supporting the individual core services and defining and evaluating them that falls to the core service committees. There is the work to address some of the challenges in achieving the success, like a cost share formula and funding and budget and adequately marketing and making sure that we have good data and analytics that I think rise to the level of the responsibility of this body to try to address those services. And Tracy and others, we've talked about issues of EDI and inclusivity and equitable funding. Those are challenges and opportunities that underpin all of these core services that I believe that this body is the body that should help us address, if that helps. You know, one of the things that really isn't listed here as a core service right now are those kinds of social services. And I'm not saying they need to be added right now today, but if we're thinking about informing future core services, you know, maybe that's something that we think about, you know, and we have some librarians help us think about how might we provide more scalable sort of traditional social services through a library if we feel like that's an appropriate use of our resources, meeting needs of Montanans.
I feel like the lifelong learning is sort of the catch-all for a lot of that stuff, which obviously you guys had already identified that that's kind of a problematic area in forming a subcommittee.
I think one of the things that's bubbling up for me, and part of why lifelong learning is kind of a problematic phrase, is that this can change. I mean, the last year, I feel like library services have changed dramatically in the state of Montana. And what's needed has changed dramatically. And I think the same will be true in 10 years, over the course of 10 years, who knows what will happen in the next 6 months. Like I think we need to, or I think it would be useful to build in some kind of expectation that this can change and can be altered based on what the needs of the users themselves are.
Did we add the word dynamic in? I don't think so. We talked about it, right?
Yeah, I think in my mind, relevant sort of gets to that.
Covers that.
You know,
I think part of what Sean's saying though is that, you know, the services we provide aren't based on what we think is relevant. It's based on what our users are demanding of us, which I kind of like, you know, when you are wrestling with your government officials over your budget, it's nice to be able to show that we make these decisions based on the demands. But again, we don't like the word demands.
But they're asking. I mean, they're asking.
The requests, the something of the users.
The needs.
I don't know. I'm going to push back and say I like demands.
I guess I would push back, Jenny, and say that the word demand might not have the same meaning across multiple cultures. And so that's why I would maybe hesitate to use that word. I think it's really, for me in my years of working with libraries, the most excellent ones are doing both. Like they're responding to those people who are comfortable demanding, but they're also kind of scanning their community and they're saying, you know, these these individuals over here aren't asking for this, but they need it. And so I'm going to provide it. And in doing so, they create this rich library that is actually very much a part of the community and embedded in the community, and all people are welcome. Those are just kind of my observations, though.
I think that's a really important point. I think too, understanding our audiences when we're talking about this definition of these services, I might say to a legislator, Montanans are demanding these services and we need to offer them. And I think that has a very different connotation in that environment, as opposed to me saying, I'm looking out for the needs of Montanans and they need this, as somehow elevating my expertise. So I think it's just a matter of understanding our audiences and how we're using that language.
I also like the word needs, because we tell people that, you need to do a needs assessment in your community to find out what you should be offering. And I think if we keep kind of that same language when we're speaking about it, then that helps to kind of cement the fact that libraries help fill the needs of their communities. We're not just picking something out of a hat and doing it.
I think that's a great point, Honor. And I think it goes to the way that we talk about the needs that come up. We're talking about whether we want to continue offering Hoopla this next year. It's expensive. And when we go and talk to stakeholders, we're going to say the community is telling us that they need access to these resources. And we can demonstrate by the huge growth in the use of these services.
One thing in addition to kind of needs and demands that might be a word to think about working in here in some way, and it's a way that I've started thinking about how to serve our community that's certainly grown and changed a lot in the last couple of years, but is people's expectations. What people expect from a library has changed. If somebody came in and said, hey, do you guys have ebooks here? I just moved here from Spokane or wherever, and we said, oh no, we don't do ebooks here, they would, well, I kind of expected that you did. Like, that's kind of weird. My expectations aren't being met. And we all know people can have unrealistic expectations, but I think I don't know if it necessarily needs to be worded into any of the things that we're doing here for core services, but I think it's just kind of just an expectation that people have. I think that can help at least kind of guide us and inform us a little bit. Because it's really great when you meet someone's expectations, even better when you exceed them, like with the hotspots, where we tell people, oh yeah, you can hop on our Wi-Fi here, but if you want, you can check out this hotspot for 2 weeks and take it home with you. So I think it kind of gets into, aspirations as well. And, both what people in our community are trying to aspire to and how we can help them, as well as what we aspire to as librarians by just thinking about expectations. So I just wanted to mention that, and this seemed like a relevant time. So there it is.
Tracy, I had one idea for wording here. What if the sentence started, library services offered by Montana library professionals that enhance the lives of Montanans by meeting their needs, blah, 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 in a way that is relevant and reflective of their needs. But then you'd have to take out the meeting their needs in the middle. I would say relevant and reflective of their needs. Relevant meaning that it's, current, timely.
So core service, library services offered by Montana library professionals that enhance the lives of Montanans by providing access to educational, civic, social, cultural, recreational, and technological information and resources in a way that is relevant and reflective of their needs.
Ooh, is it clear that we mean the needs of the
There.
Montanans? Or does it sound like the needs of the library services or the needs of the professionals?
Maybe make it community needs.
Do we want to kind of sit on this and look at the core services and then come back to this? Somebody asked earlier if this reflects that list, and I think if we spend just a little bit more time thinking about what that list is. So it sounded to me like we sort of generally agreed that things like budget, shared data and metrics, publicity and promotion, and the consulting, learning, and administration are not necessarily, they don't meet this definition of core services. And I don't mean to imply that they're not important in any way, but they're not those services that directly touch our patrons.
I was thinking those are more like core support services, if that would be fair to add a way to say that they are core, they are absolutely essential, but they're more support.
Foundational.
Hmm.
I think Jenny will say this later, Jody, but you know, the Montana Land Plan, which is created by our Geographic Information Systems Service arm at the State Library, they use the term coordination. And I actually like the land plan, but I went and looked at it, and I think it really gets at the heart of what we're talking about here. And in the chat so we can see them side by side. Yes, Erin, I will do that. Okay. So definition in chat, and I'm going to just close mine because I think it's blocking your view.
Sorry to go around in circles with the wordsmithing, but I wonder if changing reflective at the end to responsive might give it kind of some connection and power in a certain sense that that I think would be really useful to show that we are, you know, responding to the needs of the community, and that they're not just, you know, a static thing. But maybe I'm reading too much into that, but that's
No,
just one.
I really like that, Mark.
I do too. You're right. Reflective means we are the arbitrators of what they need, and responsive makes it feel like they have more control in sharing what they need. So do you think core services should, our definition here should apply to everything done at the local level of the library? Or is it specifically trying to acknowledge those services provided on a statewide or state supported level?
That's a good question.
I think the second. I think if we start getting down to like the local level, it's gonna get way too hairy, way too sticky.
Yeah,
we're very different. So I think we're thinking about Montana Library Network, so this should reflect the larger.
The only thing I would add is that, you know, if we think about this idea of those kinds of services becoming scalable. If we see something that's really successful at the local level or is addressing a really critical need, then I think it's the obligation of the NAC to say, you know, we're seeing this service need or this opportunity, and we want to devote time to thinking about how we might offer that service through libraries to more people across the state. So that's where that kind of sort of iterative idea of these services being scalable and developing over time come to play.
And I also think that keeping an eye on the local library is a good filter for us and for future people on the NAC to always kind of have in mind. You know, we're not gonna, I think it would be not good for us to, you know, say that we want to spend a huge amount of money on some service without actually thinking about if it's serving just the, you know, one local library, one school library, and isn't particularly universal.
Can you guys, whoever's hosting this, can you close that little open and Acrobat pop-up? Thank you.
I'm just wondering, with this definition that's forming here, if we present this to other libraries, how are they going to see this? There's a lot here. It's a mouthful, and I kind of wonder if maybe there's trying to put a lot into the pot and cover everything. Not that I don't want to cover everything, but I'm just wondering how other libraries are going to see this definition of a course service. If it's too much. It feels a lot to me, but you know, I'm just throwing that out there.
I actually think this kind of a lot definition is a little easier to understand the chart. Because if you presented me with this chart and I tried to come up with my own definition, I might go completely off base because I'm trying to scale this to my library or to other tribal libraries. So I don't know, I think it's good to, it is a lot, but I think Montana libraries, librarians really want to know the details. I've seen, you know, our peers do not like vagueness. And so I kind of like the a lot definition.
I do too, and I think Erin's right on that. People want to see the details. I think we kind of have the responsibility to make sure that, you know, this one sentence definition goes hand in hand with something more detailed like this chart, that it's not one or the other. They're both kind of the same thing. Because I do think it would be easy for an individual library to see this definition and be like, oh, that's just a bunch of head in the clouds nonsense that doesn't really mean anything until you put this chart in front of them and say it's your digital resources, it's your cultural resources, it's these things that you're already using and that you already have told us that you want to have available. It's all of those things too.
And then I think we add an even further level of definition and information when we start adding the evaluation framework for each of the services behind this as well. So they really sort of come into focus. Jennifer made the point that keeping the definition more vague might be more understandable for other stakeholders as well. Susie's wanting to say something.
Well, I need to wordsmith. I keep feeling like maybe the sentence is too long, and maybe we need to have a period after resources and then say all core services need to be structured in a way that is relevant and reflective of community needs. Because if the question is what is a core service, the answer is library services offered by blah, 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 blah. And then the relevant and responsive is really how we do that, not what it is. It just, for me, that's more clear. Totally fine if people don't agree with that.
Yeah, I think there's too many ends in the sentence. There are 3
Yeah,
ends.
it's just too.
It looks like a first draft, you guys.
And I also, I'm going back to these 2 sentences don't tell me that these are services that are being provided or enabled at a statewide level or through federal and statewide funding. These sentences just make it sound like everything we do in our libraries. And so, yeah, if these are the core services of the Montana Library Network or the Montana State Library, I should say that somewhere.
Is that where we have the definition of the Montana Library Network in front of us?
Me, that second sentence, where it goes, it's almost like a checkbox for the NAC to say, okay, does this particular service really sort of rise to the level of core service? Is it relevant? Is it responsive to communities' needs? Is it scalable and accessible to all Montana libraries, or should it be scalable and accessible to all Montana libraries? And sort of what else? Like this is the checkbox that we use to say this next great service should be a core service.
It's really hard to stay away from the word scalable and find a different way to word it. I don't know if that does it. I could also just say relevant, scalable, and responsive if you'd like.
Really, the state library doesn't come into play in the definition of the Montana Library Network either.
I think that's okay, because this is what you are telling the state library we should focus on. It's not the state library telling you, hey libraries, you need to be offering these services. This is the
But
library.
at the same time, Jenny, these services don't exist without your funds.
But the commission would say, we want you to tell us how to spend our funds.
Mm. Well, then I should say, we really wouldn't be able to do these without your staff.
Which is definitely a part of the way we are telling the state library to spend their funds.
Yeah.
We need your staff.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like I'm the break monitor, but could we maybe take a lunch break? And
Yeah.
that might help us come back with fresh ideas.
Definitely. So be thinking about this. Also be thinking about that chart with the core services. I think my question for you is, are there other services that we're missing on that chart? Is 30 minutes sufficient if we come back at 12:20? Okay. Okay. All right. We'll see everyone back at 12:20. give everybody a chance to let us know that they're back. Tracy, when you're ready, I'll let you bring back up our Word document, working document, and that chart.
Right. So here's the definition. And then, of course, here's the core services.
Before we broke for lunch, I asked you to think about what based on our definition of core services or our working definition, what might be missing from this this list of services that is shared here.
The support, sorry, the support to Montana librarians. Because I see our list, you know, our focus is the patron. But looking at the core services chart, there seems to be a lot of these core services are for assistance of the Montana librarians.
So Erin, you're saying the support is reflected on this flow chart, but it's not reflected in our definition. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because I think in the beginning of our conversation, we talked about who's our audience. And we're making the audience our library patrons and Montanans in general. But our brainstorm about what core services we should offer before this conversation, I think we were thinking of multiple focal points. So the people providing the services and then the people we're serving. So I kind of see a little bit of a disconnect in between those two.
Erin,
I wonder if it's a method of how we phrase the core services on this chart, or if we should in fact change our definitions. Because like this first upper left-hand hexagon for the ILS, Montana Shared Catalog, I mean, and that doesn't mean much to patrons by definition in the phrasing there, but it supplies them with something that's meaningful that maybe reflects back to our core services definition.
I have a question. Is it our users, like library users who are who we are serving, or is it the Montana libraries and then they are serving their users? Or does it matter?
I think the latter is probably accurate, because what what we would be doing in practice is saying, we recognize a need for a shared library management system. The Montana Shared Catalog addresses that need. It doesn't directly, I mean, I suppose it most directly serves libraries, but the end goal of that is that we have a robust library management system so that people have access to services. I don't know. That doesn't
maybe
really answer it.
So maybe saying something like a core service is patrons can access library collections, and then we meet that need by the shared library management system.
I think the first several words of the definition, they're services that are offered by library professionals that enhance the lives of. So the end user is the end user, but they're being offered by libraries. So both things are true.
Yeah, I think that also, Sean, and I think as we're going through this, we're saying it two different ways. Sometimes we're looking at the services being provided to the libraries for then the professionals to go out and serve their communities. And sometimes we're talking, yeah, we're the ones that are providing the use for the end user. And I think the latter of that is wrong.
Except the one that caught my attention is, it's on the top right of the flow chart, the program one, scalable programming to support lifelong learning and community needs. I think I don't see us planning programs centrally, as you know, or suggesting that there needs to be some centralized platform for developing programs. But maybe if there's a need to have more collaborative opportunities to develop things together to make sure that programs are as robust in the Flathead as they are in Rosebud, we should create things that
we don't provide programs, but the platform for the summer reading program. So that's, to me, that's what that means, is there's cooperative things out there that library not providing the actual program itself in the library.
Right. Or maybe the example that was in my mind is maybe libraries, maybe we need a Teams subscription for everybody so that we can share ideas and plan things together. I still see that as fitting in there, that the programs are the service that are offered, but how we get there is sort of up to us to decide.
And maybe it's just a rewording the chart to reflect our definition, because I mean, I think we all know what our intent with the chart is, but when you put it next together to the definition and you give it to somebody else, they might say, I see some things missing here, or I don't understand who is the audience, because I feel like the core services chart is written for librarians as our audience, but our actual definition of core services is patrons. And it might be okay to have both levels. I just thought I would bring that up.
Do we have an editable version of this? Because I'm thinking like what I want to do with this is just like edit this and remove the things that are obvious to remove, and then kind of go line by line. Is it our educational resources reflected in here? Our civic, social, cultural resources reflected in here?
I'm thinking about from Linda's workshop, the if then statements. So you could say like, you know, if a shared library management system is offered, then the individual libraries can do this, and then the Montanans can do this. That's one way we could, you know, relate these in their individual flow charts or whatever, those the frameworks. Within the frameworks, we could have if then statements that bring them back down. But maybe, I mean, is Sean right? If that's our definition, what are the educational, civic, social, cultural, recreational, and technological information? Are those the hexagons? But there's like a huge chunk of these that would fall into one of those categories.
So let me maybe provide some clarity to help give us some focus. I think, in my opinion, it's the responsibility of the core service committees to define what these services are, and to bring that information, those recommendations back to the NAC, and then for the NAC to kind of do, Jody, what you were saying, or I'm sorry, for the core services committees to do what you were saying. You know, the evaluation framework for each service is intended to help those core service committees do the analysis of identifying the intended outcomes from those services. So I don't feel like we need to spend time going through each of these services as the NAC right now and doing that work. I think it's the responsibility of the NAC to say to the core service committees, we want you to bring that information back to us so that we can determine if through these core services, we are holistically meeting that definition of core services. And also, we may not have the resources to say that we can adequately meet the civic, social, educational, technological needs of Montanans today. That's something that we're striving for, and our definition can be inclusive enough to allow for those kinds of services to be the priority in the future. But in terms of the work that we're doing right now and the resources that we have right now, are these the right services that we then want to say we want core services committees to do the work of defining them, to articulate what the impact is, to help us think about how we're going to evaluate those services, etc. Does that help? That's where that sort of subject matter expertise comes to play.
So should core services be specific ideas and services, or should core services be defined as their outcome? And then they go granular from there. Well, Susie's got some interesting stuff going on in the chat here that I feel like is kind of getting at that. Like, it's the core service access to library materials. And then the shared catalog is a means by which to provide that access.
To me, that is what it is. Services
I feel
should be umbrella ideas, and how we get there doesn't matter. I mean, that's for the next group to decide, for the subcommittees.
Does that feel too loose though. I mean, I could be wrong. My gut instinct is that that doesn't feel firm enough or doesn't feel specific enough. But I also understand, like, we just spent half a day on Monday talking about the importance of outcomes and thinking strategically.
I'm almost feeling like we defined these core services that libraries provide, but then this matrix is like more about the core needs of libraries to provide those services. Like libraries need to share e-resources and e-resource platforms in order to meet their patron needs for resources. We need scalable programming in order to meet our patrons' needs. I don't know if that's helping. I just feel like the term core services is being used in two different ways.
It also feels like a little bit like this chart is, these are the things we're already doing that libraries tell us they really appreciate that we do.
Think that's
great. And I really appreciate and want all of these to stick around, but does it hold true to, you know, us wanting to have dynamic things that fit into, because what if, you know, if we had done this 15 years ago, library databases would have been on this list, or that Homework Montana program. And those appropriately have faded away because they no longer were fulfilling that purpose.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jody, about this being what we're doing today, because we're at a point in time and we need to document where we're at this point in time. I think that's why having a definition that is dynamic and strives to be dynamic reflects that this will change over time.
This is the 2021 snapshot.
Exactly. Yep.
So maybe instead of core services committees, maybe they're core needs committees. Like they're the need that they are the committees that address specific needs of libraries. So that we can provide the services.
At the end of the day, there's no question that these services benefit Montanans individually. I don't think they just benefit libraries, but it's one of those things where the state library couldn't provide these services without the local libraries. And the local libraries couldn't provide these services without the state library. And it does, I'm kind of with Susie, it really feels like the participants in this case are the individual libraries, who then pass that on in a very useful way to all Montanans.
This gets back to that original definition of the services that touch our patrons through the expertise of librarians.
Mm-hmm.
And to Sean's point earlier, they are designed to be fairly concrete so that we have the ability to kind of wrap our arms around them and say, you know, we know what this is. We know what it looks like. We know it. The impact of this service should be.
Let me just mute it.
I'm just reading the green boxes at the bottom again. And I think several people already touched on this, but I don't know why. Sometimes I don't remember any conversation I had in the past. So remembering our last meeting, we talked about core services as being not being permanent. So these are things that can change. maybe that's a good thing to have 3 blank fields here. And then looking at the green boxes, you know, the third from the left, CSS consider future changes and user needs. I think, you know, those 4 things are what we're charging the subcommittees to do. And so that might include making the wording in each of these hexagons different as time moves on.
I just dropped a big long thing into the chat. This is the way my brain works. And so I just dropped all of the things on this flow chart into where I thought they should go. And doing that made it clear that, yes, I think the libraries are sort of the target for a lot of these things. And then it trickles down to the end user. It also seems like there's a lot of overlap, like resource sharing and e-resource platforms could live in several different places. Cultural resource platforms could live in several different places.
That's exactly the kind of the point of the systemic thinking that we're talking about. You've hit on that point. One of the we had a meeting last week with some representatives from Cersei Dynex, and one of them sort of represented my thinking so well. We were talking about digital services and access to digital information, and he said, how well is your ILS meeting that goal? And I just said that, you know, that's the exact kind of question that I would want these core services and the NAC to think about. You know, if we have a robust program to support workforce development, how well is our ILS supporting that need where appropriate? Is it appropriate for the ILS to support that need? And if so, is that happening?
So each hexagon would run through kind of our definition and say, does this support educational needs, civic needs, social needs, cultural? Is that what you're saying, Jenny? Or, yeah, Sean, you're right. I mean, some of these fall into all of these categories.
I mean, I don't like, it makes me wonder if one or both of these things is inadequate for what we want to do right now. Like that definition that we've put together has these buckets of access, education, civic, social, cultural, etc. But the hexagons here don't fill each of those equally. You know what I mean? It leaves a lot of blank spots. So it seems like I like the idea of sticking with the definition that we developed together right now and not being so beholden to this flow chart, that maybe we just need to fill those in right now with what makes sense, with what our goals are.
It would be maybe nice to do a future thinking meeting where, in a perfect world, what would the flow chart look like? But we need the dynamic definition before we can do something like that.
Now that we are seeing the whole flow chart, I am just stuck on the lower right-hand corner green box. The work of the subcommittees involves services, not platforms. But if we have a Montana Library to Go committee, aren't they looking at platforms.
Yeah, but I
But I
think,
think
sorry, go ahead, Susie.
I feel like that committee is not just looking at Montana Library to Go. That committee is supposed to be looking at shared e-resources across platforms.
And part of their job would be finding the platforms that best provide those services.
Yes.
It's just sort of removing the specific platform from, it's not any committee that's dealing with e-resources isn't tied to Overdrive as a service or as a platform. They're tied to Overdrive and or whatever the needs might be for the libraries.
So does that square exist so that they know as a subcommittee, they don't get to select the platform? They are not, they don't have the authority to choose which platform we use. That's done at the NAC level or the commission level. Is that
No,
what that's trying to say?
No, I think it's, well, I shouldn't say no so assertively like that. It's not that they don't, I don't think it's that they don't have the authority. It's that they shouldn't feel tied to the status quo.
Okay.
Like right now, Montana Library to Go is strictly an Overdrive service. Ideally, an e-resource committee would be able to suggest Overdrive as well as Hoopla or Access 360 or Canopy or whatever they deem most appropriate. It shouldn't be tied to a specific platform or the status quo of platforms.
I think what's confusing to me is that those services cannot be provided without a platform.
Sure. I mean, we know platforms are behind this work. And maybe that language is too blunt, the work of the subcommittee, or maybe it's the outcome of the services, or the outcome of the work is about services, not platforms. You know, Kara and I have talked a lot about the e-resources committee creating an electronic resources collection development policy and making sure that Montanans have access to e-resources that meet their information needs. Once that collection development policy is established, then we start looking at sources for that kind of information. And certainly we need platforms and service providers to help meet those needs in the same way we work with publishers for our print collections. But that the outcome is looking at whether or not Montanans have access to the e-resources they need, not do they have access to Overdrive. Does that make sense?
Maybe the word isn't involves, but focuses on services, because you're going to be evaluating the platform.
Right.
But the contracts are actually done by the RFP and the state contracting guidelines and all of those things.
Yeah, even just that change from involves to focuses on really changes the intent of that box, I think.
I'd like to call attention to Amelia's comment about the Read Squared contract. She wrote up something for the e-resources core services committee to review and to make a recommendation on whether or not to continue to support that contract at the state level or whether to pursue a group purchase outside of the state. And I was just thinking as we were talking through this that e-resources in itself is sort of a means to an end. If we're talking about outcomes, you know, this example that Amelia has provided is the e-resource as a means to an end, the end being we are supporting literacy and early literacy in libraries, and perhaps the e-resource is just one of the tools that we use to accomplish that. So maybe e-resources, we already have a committee, but I'm just thinking like, if we're thinking about what e-resources should we buy, there is an endless amount of things that people have asked me, have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? And we could throw all the money in the world at providing a suite of e-resources, but what we really need to know is the scope of what we're providing that is driven by outcomes, and maybe those outcomes come out of these committees, and then we select the appropriate resources, be they e-resources or something else. And maybe it's not a separate committee.
Perfect example, Kara, where we haven't quite settled on the kind of the programming committee, but if there's a core services committee that's looking at programming in libraries, including summer reading, and they identify that we need a service like Read Squared, that then creates the opportunity for discussion between an e-resources committee and the programming committee. The programming committee is saying we have a barrier to access because we don't have a platform or contract that allows for online summer reading. Can we work together with the e-resources committee to evaluate that need and make a recommendation to the Network Advisory Council for that kind of investment? And the Network Advisory Council is looking at and saying, we've prioritized early literacy and summer reading, and there's an opportunity for us to make an investment that's well informed by this e-resources committee to address that need.
Yeah, I would have slotted Read Squared under scalable programming.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas when I see shared e-resources and e-resource platforms, I think about digital materials that take the place of what would have been physical materials in my library.
And I think that's a great point to think about for those committees to think about the definitions of those services. I want to just make a point a little bit about the definition that we're working from. To me, it's a little bit of a combination of a mission statement and a definition. Mm-hmm. So if the mission of libraries is to support access to educational, civic, social, cultural, recreational, technological information, do the services empower and enable libraries to do that? And then
say that again.
So the what we have is sort of a mission. It's our mission to provide these kinds of services. Or I'm sorry, it's our mission to meet these needs, and the services empower us to meet these needs.
And there's probably a version of the definition where you could line through the more specific wording, like the educational, civic, social, cultural, recreational, and technological. And you would just say by providing access to information and resources.
Yeah. Sean said at the beginning, we need more words than just services.
Mm-hmm.
Because, they're definitely, I don't want to say they're in conflict because we're definitely talking about services at different levels.
That is pretty funny though. Core services are library services. Duh.
Core work.
And maybe in terms of this frame, are we saying that in terms of the NAC, a core service is a service coordinated and provided by the Montana State Library, funded by LSTA funds to support library services offered by Montana library professionals, blah, 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 blah?
That's what I feel like I keep going back to, is that
because when we look at the hexagrams, that's what we're saying.
Yes. And when we look at the things that we will have, I mean, I don't have any say over what Mark does with his library budget and his community, but in my involvement with the NAC, I might have a say in what services are funded and supported through state resources, including state staff. the services really are what they're platforms in a way. They're ideas, they are means to an end, they're things in some cases. Do services equal information and resources?
And they're all, like, it seems like all of these are done in the service of supporting libraries across the state in providing services to their individual communities.
In some ways, to me, the services I get from state library and state library staff are often knowledge and expertise. That seems worth mentioning, right? That goes back to the idea of the professional and the specific needs. I guess it goes back to that question of who are the participants in this particular case?
Well, to me, for each of the core services on this chart, minus the ones we've said should fall off, at the end of that spectrum is the patron.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a patron can, you know, touch, see, feel, interact with each of these services.
Mm-hmm. Erin, I did that earlier. It didn't get me anywhere either. When I think about the actual programs, Montana Memory Project is the one to me that kind of stands out as something that Montanans can access without the door of the library, without walking through the door of the library, without having to have that. Everything else you need a library card, you need to be attending a library program to benefit from these resources. So they're certainly not provided directly to Montanans, but Montanans do directly benefit from them. I don't know, it's a gray area for me.
I think it's become grayer too. You know, I think about all the patrons that sit in our parking lots and use the Wi-Fi for internet access, or all of the libraries that offered online programming through this summer, you know, via YouTube, where you really didn't need a library card anymore. So I think it's becoming grayer in some cases.
And that's when our definitions of patron, do we, you know, is the term patron too small when we're reaching our community, which might not always be our physical community? You know, we reached so many Blackfeet in the United States this last year that will never have the opportunity, may never have the opportunity to come to Browning, but they're still a part of our tribal community, even if they don't live physically in the community here. So I think that's just maybe the changing way of how we define. Are we defining our services to patrons or to communities?
And at what point in time do you define a community? Because I think right now with the fires across the state, the fire camps are their own unique community that may need some support. We don't think of those things always when we're talking long range, but things crop up that we have little or no control over. COVID has taught us that. I think the fires are teaching us that again. There are situations that community itself could be defined differently depending on the needs at that point in time.
I've been kind of thinking a lot about Sean and Susie's comments, and Kara and I have kind of talked a little bit too about, like, I feel like there is something in between the definition of a core service and that flow chart, or that we have things mixed up, but I just I feel stuck into how to get there. Because I think if we're saying a core service is something that libraries offer that makes a difference in someone's life, and the role of the NAC is to decide which services are funded, then how do we ensure that whatever committees we create are looking at the different outcomes? And I just feel like I can't, there's something missing and I can't quite wrap my head around it. And I keep thinking about, Linda's saying you use the logic model and you plan backwards. And is a core service our impact or our long-term outcome? And then if we maybe we ditch the flow chart for just a few moments and we engineer backwards. I really don't know. I truly am stumbling along, hoping somebody will hear something and be like, what about this?
Let me frame it this way. Try to maybe repeat a little bit what I think you're hearing. So if one of the things that's missing a little bit is, this sort of umbrella definition of, well, I wouldn't say it's missing, but we haven't, as a NAC, gone through the process of talking about the outcomes and impacts of the Montana Library Network writ large. And when we think about that, it probably includes social, civic, educational, technological resources writ large. The inputs to help us achieve the outcomes of the Montana Library Network are these services: the ILS, the cultural resources platform, the programming, the e-resources, the collections. They are almost like they are the inputs to this broader idea of MLN. And then for each of those services, they themselves have their own inputs, outputs, outcomes, and impacts. Does that strike anybody?
Sorry, that does strike me, Jenny. I've been mucking with doing what I said I wanted to do and tearing this apart and starting over. So I want to share that in just a second. Keep talking in the meantime. Sorry.
Genevieve, can you make Sean a co-host so he can share when he's ready?
Yes, do that right now.
Thanks.
I think so. Going back to the memo, I think what we're kind of doing is trying to answer both questions of defining core services and defining what the procedural details of the committees are. So I think maybe we're digging in too deep when, first things first is that definition. But, I agree with, everyone who said sometimes we need to, what is the outcome we desire and how can we go backwards from that? So is the definition our desired outcome? And then the core service committees are doing the back work to define the inputs and outputs to meet the outcome that we're envisioning.
But so I'm almost wondering though, I'm thinking about that and so our outcome is we want this, that all Montanans have access to the library services sufficient to their needs. But all the NAC has control over is the funding of the services that they can provide. And so it's almost like, what we want to do is we want to provide libraries across the state with the support that they need in order for them to be able to provide the services to Montanans sufficient to what they need. And I feel like that's the piece that's missing, is we have what we want libraries to do, but the NAC can only provide the support services.
I think it's the support services and the framework for evaluating those services. I think that's a really important job of the NAC, is we are defining what makes these things successful, if they're worth continuing.
Yeah, I think that's true, Sean. I mean, if we're hearing loudly that libraries need to be more invested in providing a particular social service, and nothing within the core services that we're supporting address that need, then I think that's an issue for the NAC to try to address.
My shapes.
So is it maybe services that have a direct impact on libraries' ability to meet Montanans' need for access to information and library services?
All right, I'm going to share my screen. You all see this now?
Yes.
So I can't remember if it was Aaron or Hanor that said that we're like thinking too detailed, but I think that these core service subcommittees should be really big and broad. They should be focused on these really big picture goals, or fit into these big areas. What's going to come out of those are suggestions for platform services, tools, whatever is needed. And those services go to the individual libraries. The evaluation then is done by the individual libraries to determine if we've actually accomplished what we set out to do. And I think this is probably also like a cyclical thing that could happen. And I say this because I think whoever has said it at this point, we're right in not in saying there's something in between a core service and the definition of what the NAC is supposed to be doing. I think all of these core services should fill at least one of those educational, cultural, social, recreational elements. It doesn't necessarily have to do all of those things.
Like coming together as a system, they do.
Right, and I think that's up to, I think that's our job at the NAC to use this evaluation framework that is the next thing for us to talk about, and say these are the things that are our priorities. As you on those core service subcommittees, when you're thinking about how to improve collection management, these are the things that you should be looking for. These are the things that are going to make it successful, and that sort of gives them a roadmap for accomplishing those things.
I like this, but do you mind if I throw a wrench in? I think the reason we had so many core service subcommittees is because there's already a structure in place that we're slowly trying to reorganize with, by putting things like the can't think of it, shared catalog under the NAC. I know that shared catalog members and board members were concerned. Are we no longer the board? How do we do anything with this large project that's the shared catalog if the NAC is overseeing it? So I do think that we're really the flow chart is showing a lot of our current services, and we may eventually, this is what we want to eventually try to get to, but right now we still have to work out the kinks in how to reorganize all of the other duties and all of the other things that are happening in the state library.
Well, and when I really like this, Sean, but when I look at it, I feel like maybe we need mini hexagon, like mini as in MINI, not mini as in lots, hexagons underneath. So like under collection management, maybe we need a committee that talks about the shared catalog, and then maybe we need a committee that talks about cataloging, and those committees can flow in and out, because collection management just seems maybe too big.
Yeah. And I think to Erin's point, calling that out might ease that transition, that, the collection management subcommittee would be like a group of subcommittees that would include the existing structure, the executive board for the shared catalog, the content management committee, those things that are already in place.
So like, I'm just visually thinking hexagons inside of each hexagon to to make up, what the general idea is, but understanding that there might be multiple subcommittees. That's not necessarily what I would want to call them, but ad hoc.
Well, and I think, I'm sorry, I'm flatting, but I think that there's a difference between subcommittees of the NAC that are looking at what should be funded and what programs should be, explored and evaluated, and committees that make these things function. I mean, the selection team for Montana Library to Go does not answer to the NAC, doesn't have, may be able to provide some input to the NAC, but they just need to function carrying on just like any, acquisitions person at a library. And so I think that that's one of the things that we kind of have to define of like what committees are part of this and what committees are just existing to make things function.
And maybe, Susie, maybe the answer is that something like this collection management subcommittee is made up of, definitely include the chair of the shared catalog executive committee and the chair of the CMC, as well as, somebody from the state library admins makes a lot of sense. And then they're sort of the higher level, bigger pic. They get to think about the bigger picture stuff. But then these smaller groups are responsible for the day-to-day implementation of those things.
What is the CMC?
The Content Management Committee, they basically set like all the cataloging standards that
The best committee in the universe.
I think we would want to use language that meant something more to all Montana libraries. But yeah, I think where Sean's going makes a lot of sense.
So that makes a lot of sense to me also, but I'm sitting here thinking, when I was in the Anaconda Library, I only had enough staff to do a little bit of this committee work. And the more committees that we're trying to develop, this makes me wonder about how do we ever find people for those committees? I mean, we're a finite group of people, so we can't go too crazy.
Yeah, and I'm really reluctant for us to put some kind of heavy-handed organizational framework on all of these committees. In my mind, looking at what's successful on the GIS side of the library, we have an elevation working group and they just put out open calls to say, we're doing planning and evaluation and we want every stakeholder who has an interest in this to come and be involved. And there's no chairs, there's no boards, there's no bylaws, there's no voting, they just roll up their sleeves and get the work done.
I think some of those second tier hexagons that we were just looking at, those also, they get into like the platform level and they get into the like functional, like Susie was saying, without a selection committee for Montana Library to Go, we have no content or we don't have good content. So it's kind of outside of the realm of what I think we're trying to say core services committees are.
Yeah. And so I don't think they necessarily need to even follow
Beyond
that review of the NAC.
Yeah.
That's really helpful to think of it that way.
Yeah.
So where does that put us? Did we?
Does
resolve
everybody generally like Sean's chart? If we went back to the commission and said,
can you put it back up?
Yeah.
So let me take this to the next step. We would go to the commission and say, we think collection management, e-resources, cultural resources, resource sharing, programming. I can't see what's under that last, because my darn gallery view.
Which one, sorry?
The one on the far right.
Data collection and advocacy. Yeah, that was just.
That one makes me nervous for several reasons. But if we were to say, these are the core services where you're going to see from the NAC and from these committees definitions of what these services are and ways in which we will evaluate what we're offering and how we are being successful. And we want the state library to invest in these resources going forward.
I'd say, I don't know, I say if I were a commission member still, I would look at the definition and I would look at this simplified chart. And I would want to have a little more information about, here's our definition, which is providing access to educational, civic, social, cultural, recreational, and technological information. But almost none of that's reflected in this chart. So just showing how each of those things fit in so that we're hitting all of our goals, or, because again, if you're looking at these two together, not having been a part of this conversation, it is still a little bit of a disconnect. So I don't know how exactly to show that in a nice flow chart form like this. Kind of thinking potential ways to show it, that this is how we connected each of these subcommittees with our the things in our definition.
Well, Erin, to that end, does it make sense to have this list of resources in the definition of a core service? I mean, does it make sense to have educational, civic, social, et cetera, right here? Or if we just change it to services that are offered by library professionals that enhance the lives of Montanans in a way that is relevant and reflective of community needs. I think all of those frames that we have here are important. Is it causing more trouble than it's worth to have them here in this most foundational definition?
I actually think it's important to one of the things you brought up at the very start of the conversation is when you're going to your board and your funders, having those things spelled out. Otherwise, they can say, well, this is my idea of what the library is, but because it's not in the definition, they now argue that you're doing too much and they don't want to fund everything you're doing. So I like having, again, using a Bruce term, a pie in the sky type of definition, just because it gives us the leeway to create our own, definition of what our individual outcomes are as community members. And we're a part of this larger network. Therefore, we're justified in asking you for the money we're asking.
I mean, the one thing that I'm thinking is under the blue box that says collaborative shared resources for libraries, could we say collaborative shared resources for libraries that enable libraries to enhance blah, 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 and then say that what we're doing is we're creating these shared resources that enable libraries to do these things.
That's sort of where the definition goes.
Does that pull it together? That
So it's like the blue rectangle on this flow chart that actually lives up to the mission that we set forth.
Right.
And the other thing to keep in mind about this chart is, like, if I was going to prepare this as a document, I would have this chart and then I would have an evaluation framework for each of these core services behind it that would have that further information about the goals and the priorities for each of those services. So this wouldn't necessarily be standalone.
I'm upset by this gray rectangle on the right, evaluation done by individual libraries. State library will depend on data from individual libraries, but it's the state library that will create the, survey that asks us for the data and will parse the data and prepare the data and submit it to various sources. And then maybe it's the NAC that helps interpret that data and decide if it's successful or not. So I was done with the support with data. It's done with data from the individual libraries, but everything else is done by MSL.
I would say, MSL and the NAC and the core service.
Right. I would say MSL does a lot of the work, and then it's presented to the NAC and the commission to, decide what it means.
I just took out the who's actually doing it. The data is going to come from individual libraries.
Yeah, I think that looks good because the flow chart showing is that evaluation is actually going to go back up, where it's not necessarily, to me, it's more of a flat model rather than a hierarchical model. So that the commission's right over there, we're right here, our subcommittees are right here. Nobody's necessarily higher than the other ones. We're just sharing information back and forth. But it's hard to represent that 2D, so.
Right. This is just coming to me in the moment, so bear with me. What about making this definition of a core service two-tiered to address both groups that it's serving? Because I think if we're talking about what it's providing to libraries, it's services that provide access to, well, it seems like we've already said earlier, the libraries themselves are getting something different than the end user is. The end user is getting those educational, civic, social, cultural resources. The libraries themselves are getting access to the library services. I don't know.
Sean, do you see Susie's comment?
No.
You should always look at my comments.
Well, I was just scrolled way up so I could see the original one.
I had also been wondering, because the key to all of these is that they are collaborative. That's what makes them so beneficial. So I like Susie that you just worked collaborative and shared into that.
I'm envisioning that going in the blue box.
In this blue box?
No, the darker, brighter
This
blue
one.
there.
On your flu chart.
Blue chart.
Can we say services rather than resources?
I thought we didn't like
I
services.
love that word so much.
Oh, I had resources and services.
Or resources and services, yeah, better.
Oh, at the end, but at the beginning, it's
Oh,
resources.
okay.
Mhm.
And where you have educational ... you're actually suggesting we pull all the words that are in that.
If we want to.
Mm-hmm.
If we want to, or we could just say.
At all.
But then if we're calling that out down here, do we want to simplify that overall definition of what a core service is? Because I think this gets to what you said, Aaron, about going to funders, going to stakeholders and saying, this is what we see as a library service. But we also don't, I don't know, it seems complicated to have such a long singular definition at our foundation.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Jenny, can you help me understand from a budgeting perspective? Because there's a lot of work that the state library does that's just so critical, that's not, I don't think, reflected here. The work done by like Suzanne and Pam isn't on here. Or, you know, whoever the new Chuck is. And I just, can you help me feel better that like your budgets in those areas are secured and aren't relying on this? Or do you feel like the entirety of the work of the staff of the state library should be reflected here?
That's a good question. And I just have one thing I need to say before I lose it. Sean, we'd had internet access to and through libraries as a core service, and I really want to advocate for having that there. So
we call it technology.
Technology, yeah, technology. Good.
Thanks.
To Jody's question, so, and this a little bit gets to the point that I had made earlier about these services being those services that have a direct touch to the patrons. We understand that in order to deliver these services, there are some foundational needs like the consulting services that Tracy and the consultants provide, like the professional development that's offered to librarians who, you know, need training in cataloging and leadership and board development and everything that they do, you know, have other kinds of foundational focuses like EDI work that would cross all of these kinds of services. And so I think one thing to keep in mind is that this is just one aspect of our work, and that's fine for what this particular need is. We want input from the NAC on those other kinds of foundational services that should be prioritized over time. That's not necessarily reflected here, but that's okay. I don't think it needs to be reflected here. This effort is about defining these core services, seeding the core service committees and starting that work. There is other work of the NAC beyond this. We're going to keep you very busy. So, you know, like I used EDI as an example. You know, I suspect that we would all want to take a really deep dive into understanding how EDI crosses all of these services and how effective we are in providing equitable collection management and e-resources and cultural resources, et cetera. To me, that's something that's not specific to each of these services and should be discussed with the NAC, with our staff, and addressed across the Montana Library Network. Same with funding, same with marketing, et cetera.
So the only reason why I'm more partial to the cleaner view of the core services definition, I understand the arguments that those of you are making regarding explaining out cultural, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I understand that, and that it's really helpful to take our stakeholders in an effort to show these are all the things that the libraries do. We should take into account our stakeholders and how they like to get their information. What I think about is years and years and years ago, 100 years ago, I worked for an insurance company. It was an interesting job. And CEO, their new company came in, they bought it out. We had this new CEO. And he would talk to the different individual departments, the work comp, the services, the underwriters. And he'd say, okay, tell me what we're going to do here. And the first thing people would do is say, well, we're going to do this, and then we're going to work on this, and we're going to work on this. And he'd say, no, give me the end. Tell me what it is. Leave the summary behind. tell me what we're going to do. And for me, if I have to take this information to my stakeholders, they're going to look at me and think, well, yeah, that's all nice, but you know, I've got this going on with the airport. I've got this going on with the road crew. We've got this going on with community, whatever. They're going to want to know the basics. If they have questions, they're going to ask me about that. And I feel like I can bring in more sufficiently a deeper explanation involving the cultural aspect, the civic aspect. And that's just me. And again, that's part of my personality. I tend to be a little more of a, not quite so explanatory in that way. But that's just my argument for kind of going for a little more of a cleaner definition.
That's interesting. So I guess I have, maybe it's good to talk about it. I guess when I don't picture something like this necessarily going in front of the commissioners or a funder. I see something like one of these shared resources going in front of the commissioners and saying, hey, we need to increase our budget by X amount so that we can add this service that's available through the Montana Library Network. At that point, the question might come up, what in the world is the Montana Library Network? What do they do? What do they decide on? And then we can give them all of this detailed information. But I don't know that this level would necessarily be a part of any of that level of advocacy. I feel like that was kind of confusing.
So I think, Sean, what you're saying is, in your mind, this document's probably to communicate with the library community, like librarians and board members, not funders. And
Right.
it's good to keep that in mind.
Yes. Thank you, Tracy.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it seems like, because I got a librarian there and was researching the phrase core services just out in the world at large. And core services are essential services, right? They're the things we can't be a library without these services. We can't do our jobs without these services. Again, we're trying to frame it to the individual users, the Montanans. But when I look at these hexagons, that's what I think are what are the things that through collaborative and shared resources, the state is able to provide me, without which I couldn't be a library, I couldn't do my job. That's what it feels like a core service is. Interestingly, in some business worlds, core services were really like, there's nothing special about it. It was the foundational stuff like HR and finance. And then like in a restaurant, the core service is offering food for people. Yeah, maybe we got too big in our thoughts and we just need to go down just something a little simpler. I'm not really sure. One of the reasons we were assembled on this team is maybe we're all good at doing this kind of thinking. And we just need somebody here who's going to be like, you guys, that's too much.
Well, I think you're right. I think that's a great point, Jody. I think it's like things if we weren't doing these things, we wouldn't be a library, right? That's what should be core services. I think that's why this, much reduced list of core services is appealing to me, because I think it's true that to be a library, we really have to be addressing all 6 of these things in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. I think if you add some historical and maybe some future perspective, you can say, technology to use someone else's point earlier, didn't have a place in libraries 30 to 40 years ago, and now is I would argue, essential. We've talked a little bit about social services here, and certainly a lot of libraries are offering social services now. Maybe in the future, this group says, boy, Montana, we think social services are an essential service of all libraries, and we're going to figure out how collectively we can start supporting that service.
Sean, I do have a question in that you have collection management and e-resources separated out. And I'm hearing more and more from libraries about they're trying to figure out how to balance those two things. And I keep kind of coming back to that and thought I'd ask the group as a whole. I mean, that's something librarians have told me about. It's like, how do I pay for the physical materials and the digital? And they can't totally look at those separately. Just a thought. Oh,
Tracy,
and
I was
resource
just
sharing.
looking at that because I was like, well, e-resources are part of my collection. And then I was like, resource sharing, that's like kind of the same thing too. So it's very interesting. I don't think these are uniquely distinct. They are in terms of how we thought about core services subcommittees originally, that there would be one that was MSC and there would be one that was Montana Library to Go, but are they really distinct hexagons in the world of libraries?
To me,
Good.
they're inside the other because they all go together. Resources are resources, no matter how we supply them.
Kara asked the question in the chat, do they share outcomes? And I think that's a really wise question.
Kara and I were kind of talking about several years ago, we took a public value and how you deliver public value. And like, are these subcommittees like really trying to deliver unique outcomes, public value? And is the group of the subcommittee asking itself, are we achieving this outcome of Montanans having access to resources that meet their learning needs or something like that? I don't know if there's like a core values subcommittee instead of, maybe service isn't the right thing that we're looking for. I don't know. I actually keep coming back to like the purpose of the subcommittees and the purpose of the NAC. And if we're saying the purpose of the subcommittee is to evaluate services to see if they meet specific outcomes, should we actually start with the specific outcome, which would then match up with the core service definition? And then that subcommittee is charged with recommending to you, the NAC, the following shared collaborative services for funding. And then it's your job to decide which ones we can afford to do. I don't know if that helps or anything. I'm just trying to understand like how the structure will work and what it will accomplish. And those are just some random thoughts.
Maybe we should leave this where it is right now and start having a conversation about the evaluation framework. Because, you know, if we want to try to, in some ways, be concrete, and that evaluation framework helps us be intentional and deliberate in our planning and resource allocation, maybe that will help us in further identify or solidifying the core services.
So would we use this as like a starting point for talking about that evaluation?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
I think looking at the agenda, Kara was gonna kind of start to lead us through that discussion.
Yes, and the way I'm thinking about this, because I do like to have concrete examples to look at, I would like to begin with the example that has been provided here, so that maybe that would help you to think about the framework template draft. The e-resources committee has met, and they have been beginning their work in trying to define the scope of their work. And after an evaluation is completed, then they will be able to draft a collection development policy, which would help us to make funding recommendations to the NAC on what e-resources would be top priority. And so I sent the blank template out to the group, and this document, which in your meeting materials is called Second Draft E-Resources CSC Evaluation. This is what they supplied, and we have a pretty diverse mix of librarians from different library types and communities, and so there is a lot of different kinds of resources represented here, everything from Montana Library to Go to research databases. We have a hospital librarian on the committee who has brought up some professional resources that would be useful, and there was some conversation about how agency libraries could pool their resources in the way that publics have, and so on. And so you'll see all the different things they brought up here, what they generally think is in scope and out of scope. My concern with this format as it is that it immediately asks about the current state of our services, and then it does ask about the to-be state, but the way that it's set up, it seems to require the mindset of thinking about services immediately rather than user needs, understanding user needs. And perhaps that is what you want, depending on how you set up your committees. If you think that the core services should be focused on library needs, as in library services as utilities to libraries to help them meet their local needs. But if we're thinking about understanding user needs, my questions for you are, I have a lot of questions for you about this evaluation template. So like we talked about on Thursday, after the evaluation training, we have many diverse audiences within our communities. How do we identify and prioritize the needs and habits of library users within communities? How would we prioritize projects for funding in a data-informed way that factors in those needs? And what data do these committees need to supply to the NAC in order to help you prioritize what's coming out of these evaluations? And I think my central question and request to the NAC is, if we're trying to identify needs, and we're trying to identify user needs, do we need to do a comprehensive needs or a community assessment of Montanans to understand kind of holistically their needs in a way that would inform our subcommittees across the board, instead of asking all of these committees to go out and do separate needs assessments? Could we do something at the NAC level that would gather that kind of end user data that would then help us set outcomes at the subcommittee level?
That's very interesting.
Can I take just a quick step back while you guys are pondering that really important question, and just have you think about the evaluation framework as a tool for the committees to conduct their work? So if we are saying that we we need to be able to offer these essential services for libraries to do their job. The framework is intended to help us define what that service is, what the inputs, outputs, and outcomes of offering those services are. It asks these core service committees to come up with how we're going to evaluate those services, and then share that input back to the NAC, and then think about things like cost and future implications that are going to impact those services. So thinking at a little bit higher level, does this evaluation framework, do we think it's going to help the core services committees do their job? And then coupled with the kinds of information that Kara is talking about, would that help then the NAC to think about and prioritize investments in these particular kinds of services?
Just thinking out loud, it seems crazy to me that we would want each committee to do their own kind of assessment from the state of Montana. But on the other hand, how do you include, it would be a huge needs assessment that would take place if we're trying to cover everything.
That was kind of my first reaction to. That said, I think there is no shortage of anecdotal information that we can leverage from libraries and as librarians to make the case for things within the subcommittees. But to Kara's point, we don't want to necessarily be strictly library focused. We want to turn our attention to the end users, the patrons of the libraries themselves. So I think, at first glance, it seems like maybe the subcommittees would have some latitude to make the case however they see fit, but the NAC should give some kind of guidance on what that case making looks like. We have lots of internal library data, user data that we can use, but we should also be looking at census data. We should be looking at a lot of the qualitative work that's being done by ALA and PLA. We don't necessarily have to do all of this research in-house. We can make good use of existing research and existing data. That is not a complete answer, so.
I think it's getting us there, though. I think too, when we look at these services, there's going to be evaluation that should be informed by a user-based needs assessment. And there's other data that is very specific to a service itself, or is, as others pointed out, supported by other sources of data where a needs assessment isn't necessary. And I certainly wouldn't want the need for a community needs assessment that's very comprehensive to stand in the way of starting the process of defining and evaluating these services. What I'm thinking is, as the core services are bringing back their work to the NAC, one of the tasks of the NAC should be identifying those evaluation points that would be best informed by a community needs assessment, and taking that kind of information and organizing it in that kind of comprehensive assessment that Kara is talking about.
Well, and when we're talking about evaluation, I think, one of the things that we all struggle with is what about the people that aren't using the library? Like, is it because they don't know about us? Is it because that they don't know what services are there? It's because their needs are getting met another way. Like, that is really the universe where we don't really know what's going on. And, it would be good to know. I mean, there's some things we know. I mean, people love Montana Library to Go. We need more content. That's clear from the data, but some of the other stuff we just don't know.
And we're not going to know. We're not going to solve that today. But I think it sounds like most of us agree that it's worth the time and effort to do an assessment and figure out, talk to people, try to understand how best we can get that kind of information from users and non-users alike.
And I think it also kind of looks different depending on what the core service is that we're talking about. Looking at something like technology, I mean, talk about the digital divide, talk about broadband access in rural areas, talk about numbers of people that actually have devices that could potentially connect to the internet. Can connect that with the popularity of the hotspots that the state's given us, and it's pretty easy to make the case for, or it would be easy to make the case for expanding that project. It's a little bit different when it comes to something like resource sharing, because that does tend to be tailored more to people who are already using the library. How do we improve partners? How do we make the courier more cost effective? Those are things that aren't as don't connect as easily to some bigger non-library user problem. So I think it's okay for it not to be, in certain circumstances, to keep it library focused and library user focused.
Yeah. So, our intended outcome from the discussion about the evaluation framework today is to say, not that this framework is perfect, but, does this advance our intent to further understand these services in ways that allow us to offer them in ways that are more deliberate, more intentional, with the kinds of outcomes that we're seeking, and create the mechanism and the process for us to do that evaluation. And as we're seating these committees, give them this framework and say to them, your work is to do this evaluation. Your work is to essentially complete this framework and bring it back to the NAC. When you're thinking about how to evaluate these services and the kinds of input that you need, if you're thinking about users' needs assessments, please flag that so that that need can be considered by the NAC as part of a larger needs assessment. And then, we can think about, whether or not the kinds of questions that the core service committees are posing should be addressed in a comprehensive needs assessment or not. I don't think that's a decision we need to make necessarily here today.
Yeah, I would say as I looked through this document, I found it confusing and overwhelming. There were so many things going on. There wasn't a real, like a through line. I guess it felt to me like e-resources is too many things. You can't have one framework for e-resources. There's so much going on in here. And it wasn't clear from like the description of services. Okay, I get that. Platform, I'm kind of getting it. Then we're going to, you know, costs and short-term, long-term outcomes, and it's not relating back to all the individual things that had been brought up. So if I were given this in my role on the NAC to evaluate and make decisions, I would be at a loss.
Yeah, I feel that way too, Jody. And it's not it's not any reflection on the committee members themselves. I think it's the questions that were being presented to them. They didn't really have anything to say about outcomes, and I think that's because we're not sure who is setting those outcomes and how are those outcomes informed. And I think those outcomes kind of have to come from the NAC.
I disagree.
Well, how do you set outcomes based on existing services without a needs assessment if we don't know what our users actually need and we're just making assumptions based on the current state of our services?
I feel like this is kind of a case of where we need, I don't know if you need subcommittees, but we actually might need to jot this down into different hexagons. Like there's e-resources for recreational reading, e-resources for business support, and that those are so different and the needs are so different that to try to do this evaluation framework on all those different types of e-resources. So just like with the collection management, you know, Sean had, you know, the different hexagons underneath. I feel like, especially with electronic resources and some of the other ones, in order to provide us with anything useful, we're going to have to parse those out into different types of possible shared resources. That's my opinion.
So I did this. Can you all hear me okay? Okay, so I wanted to know more about what our library could do for our community and what kind of things people wanted within the library and it's literally a 3-page survey. And I received almost 500 back, and it's interesting because every now and then one will float in. But we had them at our front desk. We took them to the fair at our fairgrounds and handed them out and had people sit down and fill them out. We took them to all of our programming. We took them to every nonprofit organization in town and had people, asked people within those organizations. We had them fill them out right then and there and then gave them back. And so questions were with our e-resources were, you know, these are the services we provide. Which one of these do you use? And the other one was, of these services, you know, not provided or whatever, what would be beneficial towards you, kind of thing. And it was really interesting that all of the services that we provide, people had no idea that we even provide them. And so I spent most of my time, because I would, if people came in and said, well, how is this? Or, you know, they'd ask me questions, I would say, well, we do provide that. These are things that we're already doing. And so it was really hard to, I think that for our outcome, we need to really know more definitive on what we're looking for. What do we want to know from our outcome, but also how many people within our community. We have 4,000 in our community, 9,000 we service. We have 2,000 that are actually library patrons, and we only received 500 back, and we sent them out to everybody. I mean, I left them at businesses everywhere, and we still only got a very small portion of information back. And so we really, I guess, what is our ultimate goal?
The reason I said that I don't think the NAC should be responsible for setting outcomes for these core services is that, you know, it's the people on these committees that understand at a deeper level what the service is intended to accomplish and the investment that goes into accomplishing that. And that doesn't mean that as we advance our thinking about these services, that can't be better informed by more comprehensive data collection. But, you know, we've had Montana Library to Go for well over a decade. So we should be able to articulate right now what the outcomes are that we're hoping to achieve through Montana Library to Go. You know, we've had a shared ILS for 20 years. We should be able to articulate the kinds of outcomes that come with having a shared ILS right now. And those are going to continue to advance in the future. But at this point in time, with the investments we're making today, what are the outcomes we're seeking? And are we successful in that? As we're talking about future investments, absolutely, that'll be better informed by needs assessments. But, you know, as a baseline starting point, you know, there certainly could be information in this evaluation framework that could drop off or just isn't helpful at the point in time that we're at right now. But I hope that most of the questions are relevant as we think about these questions in the future, or we think about these services in the future.
So when you're asking, like, are other public libraries subscribed to individual databases? For example, our library has Universal Class, which talks about consumer health, financial literacy, healthcare student resources, because it has medical coding and things like that on there. Social services resources, reading, cooking, cleaning, it has all of those on there. It has over 500 classes, right? So our community has really started using this. When I got here, I don't know, I think it had been in effect in our library for 5 years, and we had 0 users, literally 0 users in those 5 years. So we've been really trying to promote this piece so that people know what's going on, and we probably have 30 users a month. So it's well worth the financial for us, particularly, but like this auto repair, with auto repair, they're not putting out Chilton books until the car is so old. And the problem with new vehicles and stuff, they're all electronic. And so the Chilton books are very limited in what you can do. So putting like an auto repair thing out for us as a whole to offer that, like Great Falls was saying, they had to reduce it because, well, it's not used because people don't have those cars, and you can no longer do the electrical stuff. It's just weird with your cars. I've tried. But so, I mean, I guess if that's what we want to spend our money on, I would say for our communities to do something such as Universal Class or another database. And I've talked to OPI, and OPI says that those classes and those credits count. So for our teachers and stuff, they can use those and they can get those credits for teaching. So I think they're awesome. And I think what we're trying to do is great. But, and I know we have like Montana Library to Go, we have all that information. But I guess, I don't know, maybe I'm still just confused on what exactly our goal is for this. Sorry, that was a long explanation.
No. I think I had a similar question actually, because to me, this gets to this very practical question of like, how are these core service committees going to work? What is going to come out of these core services committees? And looking at this evaluation framework that the e-resources committee did, what immediately comes to mind as an alternative is that project brief that I had shared with people. And I guess that kind of laid out what I imagined the work of these subcommittees to be. And generally speaking, I see those subcommittees getting together, talking about what needs are, and then putting together something like that project brief or something like this evaluation framework, and getting it to the NAC and saying, in order to successfully share resources in Montana, we need these things, and this is how much they'll cost, and this is how much we'll evaluate it, or this is how we'll evaluate it. It's our job on the NAC to take a look at those, to give those recommendations to the commission, and the commission decides what they want to or can afford to fund. So all that is to say that I think the outcome statements are not even, I don't think they should be universal for each subcommittee. I also think that it can be, to be most effective, it should be per project, like per request. There should be some kind of outcome statement for how this new e-resources platform, how many people it will reach, how much it will cost. This is what the end result of that access will be. So I like that. Sorry, go ahead.
I really like Sean's description. I also think that it would really, I don't know exactly how to do this, but I would really like to have at least an EDI question on when we're evaluating, of saying, you know, what is the equity of this? Because if we're providing, you know, like we are really looking at our story times, and it is great that we provide story times, but the people that come to our story times tend to be people who already are high socioeconomic status, and their kids are already getting a lot of resources. And so do we need to be rethinking our early literacy programming so that we can make sure that we're reaching the people that actually have the highest need? And I think that whenever the NAC goes to fund something, you know, we can't just be looking at the number of people that it hits, but does it hit the people that really need it the most? And I don't know how you put that. Kara, it was already difficult enough to do this, so I don't know how you put that in there. But I think that as we set this up, that is an important piece for me as a NAC member of, you know, can we say something about where this serves?
So it almost seems like we are evaluating projects where it's almost like we're grant funders, where we're requesting from the subcommittees, like we're saying, make the case for what you need to achieve your goals. We give them sort of this framework, this rough outline for what we need to see in there, but then maybe we also have those EDI tools for us as we're evaluating it to say, does this reach underserved or underrepresented populations?
Yeah, I agree. Let me offer a suggestion that may or may not help. You know, I think right now the way the evaluation framework is written, it's intended to serve two purposes, and one is just sort of creating a baseline. What are the baselines for all of these services? Do we all commonly agree on what they are and what their intended outcomes are, and how we're measuring that? And they're also intended to help us be really future focused. And Sean, that's where I disagree just a little bit with what you were saying about the project brief. I love the simplified form of the project brief, and I really think if we can maybe scale back the evaluation form so it's more in line with that, that's great. And I think there will be projects within these services where that project brief is very applicable. At the same time, these services carry on, and in some cases, you know, just their basic existence needs to be accounted for and evaluated on an ongoing basis. So is there a way for us to say to the core service committees, you know, in the near term, we really want to focus on establishing a baseline understanding of these core services, and then in the next year, or, you know, whatever time frame, we're going to start thinking about these questions like, you know, impacts of future changes in technology, or new partners, or some other kinds of things that get to the kind of more future focused thinking. Is that helpful? I want to say just one thing about the evaluation framework for the e-resources. To me, a definition of e-resources is different than a description of the services. You know, I think, you know, a definition might lend itself to some outcomes. So, you know, e-resources include any kind of information available in electronic form that meets the information needs of Montanans. And some of these descriptions of services get into, you know, the content areas and the platforms that might be further defined in that collection development policy. And I think the evaluation framework probably doesn't make that terribly clear. Like if we were to talk about an ILS, I wouldn't want to say the description of the ILS is the Montana Shared Catalog, because we have ALMI in the Trails system for Montana, for example. And I don't think the evaluation framework, the way it's written, probably makes that point very clear.
I was going to make similar suggestions to that. If we look at, instead of this one, Kara, that's filled out, the one that's the blank draft document for the core services holistic framework, I think it would help me if me on the NAC evaluating this, if the first thing I looked at on the page was really more of the outcome, like this is what we're trying to do in this area. You know, we're trying to provide resources in a digital format to as many Montanans as possible. I'd rather hear like down the line what it is that you're currently doing, because once you start thinking about what you're currently doing, it's really hard to start thinking about the things that you could do better, or the dreams that you have if you had unlimited resources and money. I think you get, you know, kind of bogged down. And then, you know, if I'm in that group because I'm really passionate about Montana Library to Go, like I'm coming in fighting because I want to make sure we get all the resources. So yeah, maybe the order with which the framework goes would be helpful for me later evaluating it, but also for the group sitting down to fill this out. And then I noticed, you know, on your example, by the time you guys probably talked for hours, but under long-term outcomes and impacts, there's nothing there. So it feels like maybe you should start with the future focus and the like, what are our outcomes, what are our goals in providing these services, and then get down to, well, these are the services we currently provide and this is what they cost.
Yeah, I would like to start with outcomes, and like I said earlier, e-resources are a means to an end and not an end in themselves. And so one outcome could be that we support literacy, and one outcome could be that we support medical professionals in providing excellent service. And one outcome could be that we help people repair their cars or their small engine things. So we bring $200,000 worth of requests to the NAC that have all these diverse outcomes, and how are you going to assess the value of one against another? is one concern. And then the other concern is how do we shape the scope around what is a kind of infinite number of possible outcomes when we're talking about a tool like e-read.
I know that seems kind of overwhelming right now, but libraries do that all the time. You know, we have collection development policies and we're seeking user feedback. So, you know, I think that gets to your point, Kara, about the benefit of a needs assessment in this regard to do that work. But I don't think we should feel stymied because we don't have that information.
Does the resources committee feel comfortable with what they're doing or hoping to do, or I'll leave it at that. Do they feel comfortable when you were meeting with them? How did that go?
Well, I think I would say it still feels kind of nebulous. So I think we probably started out looking at the as is state of our services, and then it ended up kind of being like a wish list of here's all the things that people have said they would like, but that's like anecdotal data, which is not something I want to rely on at all. I think that Jody's suggestion to put outcomes before the current state of services would be helpful. And
so my question is it was I off base in thinking of this as like a proposal that would come to the NAC for us to then evaluate?
I don't think
like
so.
what happens with this?
So I've been shying away from suggesting that we create a library development plan, and I don't think, well, I'll leave that up to the NAC to decide if we want to do that. But these services are going to continue whether or not we're investing new monies, new resources in them. That's to me where the kind of the proposal aspect doesn't necessarily neatly align, because I don't think any of us are going to say, well, just because, you know, investment in this e-resource is a higher priority than investing in the shared catalog, we're suddenly going to do away with the shared catalog. So it's sort of a, you know, this is the future, or the existing state, and how we're investing our existing resources. And the evaluation framework captures that baseline. And it's also a way for these committees to say, this is how we see these services developing in the short term, in the midterm, in the long term. And Sean, I think that's sort of where this idea of using this evaluation framework as a proposal kind of comes into play to say, you know, we Core Services Committee proposed to the NAC that we invest dollars, or we seek grants or whatever to enhance this service in this way. And that's where, as you said, the NAC wrestles with how to prioritize those different kinds of investments. So maybe this evaluation, maybe it needs to be separated into almost two different documents, the baseline and the future focus.
I like that idea. And I like that when Jody said to put what are, you know, our overall outcomes are. Hey, we have this much money or whatever. This is what we're trying to do and trying to accomplish as the NAC, and how can we help your libraries and serve your patrons at a greater whole. I like that idea. It makes it a lot clearer. It makes the other, you know, if we take that to other libraries and say, hey, this is what we're working towards, then it'll be easier to come back with those numbers that we need to go to the commission and say, okay, so this is what we did. This kind of came back as a whole. These are the numbers and things like that. And it makes it a lot more clearer. And I've done a lot of research on the databases out there because that's my ultimate goal. Like with World Book, I don't know if you guys have, I'm sure you all have heard of World Book, but I'm trying to get World Book so that I can work with the public schools so that they have other information. And I mean, it's just this great big huge thing that I'm trying to work with them on. So there are a lot of ways that we can do this, especially with people working from home or being at home or not working or things like that. How can we help them further along? I think if we have that and what our goal is and what we want to see from the e-resource committee, that it'll make it a lot easier to take to the commission.
I guess that's where I'm kind of, oh, sorry, go ahead, Judy.
And I like the idea of having kind of two different evaluation frameworks, because I think that we want to be trying new things and checking things out, and like taking risks, but we also need to evaluate what we've funded. And I think about, you know, like when we thought it was such a great idea to do the chat reference, and you know, we funded that, and then it was a really good thing that we then evaluated the money that we were spending on that and made some different choices. And I feel like I really want to encourage us that it's okay for us to take risks and to try new things, but then we have got to circle back and see how those are working. And so we might need more than one evaluation framework.
So I guess this is where I guess if the intent is for us to hear, for us on the NAC to hear from core service committees about what they see as necessary to do what we need to do as libraries, I think that having, I mean, it seems most efficient to have it work the same way that like an RFP does, where we have like this sort of standardized form or format for people to follow to make these proposals. And then once that those have been received, we have a separate evaluation framework for us that looks at things like EDI, that looks at costs and benefits, that has a mechanism to return to this after a year or 2 years or 5 years and do some deep evaluation. I think having like a standardized like proposal format for core service committees to use gives them the latitude to work however works best for them. And then we can spend our time deciding what it is we actually need to know from these core service committees and what kinds of results we want to see from the things that they're proposing. We get to measure, we get to say what constitutes success or not.
Yeah, I've been concerned about if we leave it too loose, it's almost just sort of possibly based on the whim of whoever it happens to be on the NAC. You know, I love auto repair. This it's like a great idea versus having something that kind of keeps people remembering what we're trying to achieve. So it feels like the things need to be presented in a way that is sort of a one-to-one comparison as best as it can be.
So can I just ask one clarifying question? The idea of the proposals, would it be for enhancements to the services or something new?
I guess I see it as kind of yes. If those core service committees come back and say, you know, e-resources need to have more than just one service. We think that Hoopla is the best of all the options that we've researched. This is how much it'll cost. This is what it'll look like. And then they give that to us to evaluate. The collection management or resource sharing might say Partners works really well, but we really need to know where all of our crates go from month to month. That's the biggest thing that we need to solve. We need $10,000 to put GPS trackers on every single one of the crates. It's new services, it's enhancements. It can kind of be all of those things.
Yeah.
The other thing that I made a note of in here is that I was clearly having like some proto thoughts about this proposal idea, because I was thinking about the timing of getting these proposals together, or getting our asks together in a way that makes sense for the state's budgeting as well as for local budgeting. I think for this to work, we could have a committee do like basically as many proposals as they feel like they need to put in, but have there be a deadline that gives us time to evaluate those things, gives the commission enough time to see what fits into their budget, give them an answer, and then we can start implementing and moving forward. But there's that element of timing that goes along with it too.
I don't like the idea though that we reward the more prolific group, or the group that has the most, like, we're the best at filling out applications and speaking in jargon of projects. I don't know, something about that is a little interesting to me. And there's a couple of times today, it seems like we've been making reference that as if each hexagon on that framework gets the same amount of money and then we decide how to divide it, but that's not the case at all.
No.
Some of those hexagons take relatively little amount of funds to do a lot of good, and some are huge. Some of these are eligible for LSTA and IMLS special things that others aren't, or there's one-time only funds right now with ARPA. So I don't know, some of this is a little strange. I think we're, instead of finding clarity, we're more muddled, I worry. I don't know that CARE has gone much today that makes this process easier going forward.
And I guess I would argue that if we're going to do a proposal thing, I would really think that existing programs, whether they're asking for enhancements or just the same amount of money, I think that we need to get a proposal from them too, because maybe, the courier isn't the best way to spend our money. Maybe it's, this other new thing, and we shouldn't just assume that the things that we've always funded should continue to be funded, like chat reference. We need to see if it's actually doing, and, maybe, and it might be helpful for the shared catalog to have to fill out a proposal and really think through what are the outcomes and what are the things that we need, and
yeah, and that's a good point. We've used PLA tools to do some of that current project evaluation. And I guess that would probably take the place of like a proposal. So maybe we could do some regular evaluation and kind of judge the success of existing programs. And then anything brand new would get that proposal, so to speak.
Yeah, that's what I meant by the kind of the baseline, not that we wouldn't evaluate, but that we have a baseline understanding of what the service is right now, and we're evaluating that regularly as we're building a recommended budget to determine if we want to continue to fund the service at the same level. And then as we're thinking about changes to those services, enhancements or not, maybe we're moving money elsewhere. We have an idea and a way to evaluate that with your proposal idea, Sean. The only thing I want to keep in mind is that we don't always have a lot of new money to fund new proposals. And that doesn't mean we shouldn't seek funds elsewhere to strive to fund proposals, or think about making legislative requests during the legislative process, etc. So
I think that we need to be really careful about a bunch of yes, we have to evaluate everything as we always have in the past and will continue to do, I know. But you don't have, a committee does not have time to evaluate tons of proposals that come in. And so I think the amount of paperwork, so to speak, that you want to go through needs to be very carefully thought out, because this committee is, you've all got your own jobs also in addition to this. And if this all comes out at the same time that the budget cycle in everybody's cities and counties does, time is very limited to get all this work done. So maybe projects need to be put on different timelines or for years at a time. Maybe you evaluate things every 2 or 3 years and not every single year. Plus, the new proposals on top of that that's a lot of evaluation for a small group of people to do.
I agree. And I guess that I was thinking that with our proposals and things like that, that they would, come winter time and they have to be in by February or whatever, so that we can look at it for the next fiscal year kind of thing is what I was thinking. And a lot of us libraries are going to have the same goals and outcomes within our community. And so we'll be able to put some of those together, look at those and on the proposals and, oh, this one wants the same as this one. So I think that it'll be a lot more narrow than what we're thinking. And maybe it's not. Maybe I'm thinking that this is going to be easier than what I think it is. But I think that we also, like you guys said, I like the idea of having those committees, even the regular ones like the Courier and things like that, evaluate themselves and say, okay, what's the problem and what needs to be fixed and how can we fix it and how much is it going to take and things like that. And that they need to look at those at least every few years so that we can put the money towards the resources that are necessary. And, if this Courier, you guys do an amazing job with the Courier, by the way, it's insane. But I like the idea of having those current ones have a proposal as well, so that they have to really look into it and go, oh, well, these are the complaints that we're getting, or these are the praises that we're getting, or, how can we fix this to make this better, that kind of thing. I like that idea.
So
I'm also
one
looking...
question that I have been thinking about is, like, what role do the cost share formulas, what are they going to play into this? Of our evaluation, because if people are wanting us to support something, are we going to look at how much individual libraries pay into it and how equitable that is? Or because most of our major stuff, the individual libraries are also paying, but it's up to them to vote on those things. So is that going to even be part of our evaluation of how much skin in the game the other libraries are willing to commit?
There's a short-term and a long-term answer to that question. Short-term, any new proposal that would incur costs for local libraries. For individual services, a recommendation to the NAC should ensure that those discussions have already been had with local libraries, and there's some agreement that they're, if necessary, willing to put in additional funding for those services. Long-term, we have this long-term goal of a more singular cost share formula for all of these services.
I was going to say earlier that I'm also looking at the draft operating calendar. I mean, I think it would be reasonable to bake in those timing pieces to this, because it does lay out when the commission approves its budget, when funding is announced from LSTA. It seems reasonable that we could add in when it makes sense to do some deep evaluation, when we want to see asks or proposals from core services committees.
Mm-hmm.
So that we can, to Honor's point, have time to look through everything and do what we need to do as volunteer board members or committee members.
Yeah. I want to ask Kara how this idea of separating out kind of baseline versus new proposals and future thinking strikes her based on her experience with the Resources Committee. Did we lose Kara?
I think it's really a lot easier for us to evaluate our existing services. Well, sort of. I guess the question I have about that is also, I was thinking about how we added magazines to Montana Library to Go, and we'll have statistics to look at, and we probably have user stories saying, oh, I love these are great. But how do we set a benchmark for this is successful enough to sustain for another year? And then I still have a lot of questions about how we are preparing any proposals for new pilots. Like Tracy asked the question earlier in chat about what does the NAC need to know to make good decisions about any of these. And I would like our proposals to be, or whatever you want to call them, recommendations to be connected to some kind of larger strategy and not based on the particular makeup of the committee as it is at the time that the recommendations are made. So that's my main concern, is that we're providing you with really well-informed recommendations, and we kind of need to know how you would define well-informed recommendations
Kara,
as success measures.
I was actually kind of itching to run upstairs and grab PLA's, I think it's implementing for results, has some really good like matrices to make those kind of judgment calls over, well, yes, it was successful, but how successful was it? Is it so successful that we want to continue with it without changing it? So I mean, I don't think, I do want to run upstairs and grab that because I'm just too curious now. But I don't think we have to create this from scratch. I think that there are tools that exist that can kind of pave the way to giving us exactly what we need to know and what kind of story we want to tell.
Yeah, I was going to say something similar. I don't think we, the NAC, need to tell the core service committees, this is how you should evaluate your services. And we expect this service to look like this in order to be successful. I think the core service committees should say, this is what the service looks like. This is what we think success looks like. If there are tools that help inform that evaluation, that's great. But that's where we're relying on the subject matter experts to tell the NAC what success looks like, not the other way around. And then we, the NAC, will have to, spend the time going back and forth with these core service committees. That's why in the calendar, you see them coming to the NAC in future meetings to talk about what the services are, so that we can engage with them to better understand what they perceive as success. Because, I don't know, I wouldn't know what to tell an e-resources committee those metrics should look like. But I'd love to hear from them what they think success should look like. And then, we together, in the same way you all determine what your budgets in your libraries look like, decide how we invest our statewide resources to support these services systematically.
So we're not telling them what the metrics should be, but we have given them this Montana Library Network Core Services Holistic Framework. And that's surely what Kara was using when that's what these bold categories are. Can we pull up that document? Do we think these are the right categories?
And I suspect that's something that this is what I was talking about, could be broken down into a couple of different documents.
If nothing else, like I said, I think if we change the order of this, it would help your conversation flow smoother, and it would help me when reading through your evaluation to kind of get to the meat of it before I got to the particulars. So, is this asking too much? Are these too many categories to fill out? Is it not enough?
I think it's just too nebulous. Like, I know I'm admittedly very attached to that project brief format, but that's nice because it has a lot of the things. I mean, with some modifications, it has most everything that we're looking for. It has some outcome statements. It can have like an environmental scan of what the existing landscape is for a given service. It lays out audience cost, the kinds of staff time that's going to be involved with it. And the end result of all that is a pretty well-structured document that would answer most of the questions that we would need to do some basic evaluation and make the case to the commission for funding or not funding a given project. So I guess I like something that's like bulleted out with some narrative more than this document.
I kind of want to bring up a comment if I could. I keep hearing the discussion about whether or not we should reorder this evaluation framework. And one of the things that I think is hard to do is to understand what could be if you don't understand what is. So I almost think this current order is better. You say, here's what we currently offer. And then you ask it and you brainstorm as a committee, what should it be and what are we missing? And you discuss that in order to build. You can't build, I mean, you can start with your dreams, but how realistic are they? And then, if you've got something to evaluate and it's something you're already doing, perhaps you can ask, okay, what would make this better? Or what should we drop? Or what should we grow and continue with? So I think there's two ways to look at that. And I don't know if just the layout of this document would make that big of a difference in how we end up coming up with ideas for what's needed by our patrons and by our communities. And I say that because right now, Montana Memory Project has gone through a huge change. So many of you haven't had an opportunity to see that yet, or have even any idea what it can do. And now we have to make some decisions about what we're going to do going forward and how we will implement the new services that the MMP is capable of doing.
But I do think, just to, I understand, Jenny, that you don't feel like it's the NAC that wants to say what success looks like, but I think that we kind of are going to. Like, are we going to prioritize, programs that really address EDI issues? Are we going to prioritize programs that are really about quality of life and recreational reading? Are we going to prioritize programs that deal with early literacy or with seniors? There are going to be things where we're going to say, the most successful programs hit these things. And I don't know that we have kind of fleshed that out yet. And I think that it will depend, and maybe we'll want a mix of those things. Like, we're going to say, we want to make sure we fund some early literacy and some recreational and some this, but we don't, I don't think that we have had those conversations yet. So, and I'd just like to say that I feel like it's okay for us not to make the perfect tool this round, and that next year that we will come back and we will say, okay, what works well with this tool? What do we want to do differently? And just, we're probably going to get stuff wrong, but that's okay.
Yeah. Susie, I completely agree with everything you said. As we go through future years, I would love this meeting in August to be about setting the priorities, to use Sean's example of the proposals in the same way that a funder would say, we're really interested in seeing proposals for services that support X, EDI, early literacy, blah, blah, whatever, or, a mix of services. I think that very conversation of the NAC would inform how we end up recommending to the commission investment in those services. And you're right, we're just not there yet organizationally. This really is about establishing baselines and establishing a process, and we're not going to get it right out of the chute. I don't think there is a right. I think it's just a matter of, are we asking ourselves the kinds of questions and seeking the kind of information that will help us be really intentional and deliberate in our work and creates something that we can build on going forward.
I keep going back to e-resources is just such a broad category. And like, even in your description of services, you've got e-content versus databases. Like, maybe, can we break this up a little more in a way that makes sense in terms of, maybe it is one hexagon that says e-resources, but maybe when you're putting together this evaluation framework, you can help yourself by making it a slightly smaller category.
And that's why I think it would be really helpful to establish, like, what are the outcomes that we're prioritizing within that? And I'm not asking for real granular details, but for example, school e-resources in and of themselves would be their own big juggernaut. So we've got the Overdrive Schools program. There are a number of databases that schools do miss, even if publics don't miss them, and that would be a priority for that group. How do we present that and how do we prioritize that against what public libraries need? Because those are different. So we have to start with outcomes. We have to start with outcomes, and there could be a pretty broad array of outcomes coming out of this committee as it is. And I don't mean to monopolize your attention with the e-resources, but I imagine this is true for other subcommittees as well.
Kara, can you give me an outcome of like what you would expect the NAC to give you?
Well, I think if we were starting from, and I don't know if these outcomes are informed by our LSTA plan or by our agency work plan or strategic framework, and that's, otherwise we're looking to the people who have volunteered for these committees and what they think is important. And that it's not that what they think is important is not valid, but I don't know how strategic that's going to be. If you say that we want to prioritize, like, Susie gave out some examples, like we want to make sure that there is equity of access, that there is a broad, that this resource can serve all different types of libraries, that we don't have any restrictions on use, that any Montanan could use this. That would be a guideline. An outcome could be this. We want to, like, our priorities would be, we want to support literacy, we want to support workforce development, we want to support any user group that you think is going to be if we're going to be user focused in our outcome statements, then what are the user groups that we want to prioritize, and then we find resources that meet those needs, and not the other way around. It's like, here's a cool resource and it costs X, and it would serve this audience. I think we have to start with the audience and their user needs and build outcome statements around those needs. And that's why I was asking for a needs assessment. So that we could then identify the correct subcommittee to address those user needs.
Yeah, I think we have a similar issue, and Amelia and I talking about lifelong learning, in that, Amelia and I are like, do we do economic development? Do we do early literacy? Do we do civic engagement? Because they all require a pretty big investment of time and resources. And it would be so helpful to have the NAC kind of say, we think these are the top 3 priorities. That's kind of, I think, would be very valuable to us.
I think I understand, and I think that what you're saying is really important. We're just not in a position to say that right now. And as Kara's rightly said, I think that should be informed by a needs assessment and input from the library community. It's 3. We've got about an hour left. I'm wondering if we need to have a subcommittee work on this evaluation framework, create a, kind of a baseline. This is what these services look like today. This is how we're evaluating their success today. And then this is the kind of information we need, or where we think we're going in the future. And some of that can identify the topics for a needs assessment, or whatever that would look like, to help inform the kinds of questions that Kara and Tracy and Amelia have that we don't have answers to today. And I like the idea of shortening this and making it more succinct, a la Sean's project brief. I still think we need to continually evaluate the service as it is, and something that helps us think about where it's going. Looks like there's some agreement in the chat about forming a subcommittee to do that work. Are there any volunteers?
I'd like to be in on that.
Sean? Anyone else?
I'm still a little worried that like we haven't gotten like any building block totally decided on yet.
Hopefully we can go back to the core services here in just a minute.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind working with Sean.
Amy, or Aaron, sorry, and Susie.
That'll work.
And then Kara, I'd like to ask you and Mies, given your experience with the e-resources. And maybe we can have some discussion via email. I know we've got people that are starting to do this work, and I'd like us to be able to do some further evaluation in November and March. So if we can get something into people's hands to help that process, like Susie said, we're not going to get this right the first time, and I think that's perfectly fine. Let's see, let me ask if anybody needs a break. Is everybody okay to keep going?
I'm pretty tapped out, but I don't think that's gonna change with a break.
Okay. I wanted to go back to the core services because Kara made a point in the chat earlier about outcomes. And I think, she needs to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think her point was, does each core service have its own sort of discrete set of outcomes? In my mind, the answer is yes. That doesn't mean there can't be more than one outcome for a service, but the outcomes are fairly tightly tied to the service. Can we bring up Sean's chart again? I think you put the link in the chat, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. See if I can find it again, drop it in there.
I'm not sure who's driving at this point.
I think it's Genevieve at this point. Here, I guess I can share my screen.
Great.
There we go. Is that what you were looking
Yep,
at?
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are we talking about what each of these buckets means and whether they need little hexagons?
Well, maybe, or independent hexagons. I keep going back to well, there's many ways to slice and dice these services. You know, e-resources can be organized by subject area, by library type, by content type. To me, it doesn't make sense to evaluate those as discrete services or discrete offerings. Do people have access to the e-resources they need or not? That to me is the most basic question. So to me, that can be accomplished, as challenging as it may be, through a single committee and a single process. Cultural resources to me is similarly pretty clear. Resource sharing in, the previous diagram included the courier and ILL and those processes with similar outcomes. Are people getting the resources that they need regardless of the library? Programming, like we've talked about, is more nebulous because it may be early literacy or workforce development or economic development, something like that. But the question is, do libraries have the resources to offer programming that's meeting people's needs, and what kind of programming can we offer, or how can we offer that those kinds of resources to allow that programming to be more scalable? The technology, I think can be similar. I don't mean to say that, we shouldn't have ad hoc groups that are helping us think more deliberately about economic development or early literacy, but that maybe those don't need to necessarily create a lot of bureaucracy to make that happen. The one on this list that I see different outcomes for is collection management, because I think under collection management, we're including things like, what the ILS and the purpose of the ILS, and are the outcomes for the ILS the same as the outcomes for building a collection? I don't know. I'm curious what your thinking is around that. We had talked about the content management committee and the shared catalog falling under collection management. And
I think so. We're thinking that if possible, we should have an overarching outcome statement for each one of these core services. The exception to that may be collection management because it is so multifaceted.
yeah, that's my question.
Jenny, as you were talking, you said the phrase, are people getting the resources they need regardless of the library? And now that's not like a pretty long-term outcome statement about how people's lives are improved and they were able to access better jobs or anything like that. But it is kind of like, that's the question at the end of the day in any one of these hexagons. Are we getting the resources to the people regardless of who they are, where they live, which library they're affiliated with? That's that's the end of the day, what we're trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
Could you guys help me for a second? Does cultural resources exist just to have a place marker for Montana Memory Project? Is that what cultural resources is? Or is that something else that
I was just wondering that, Jody. I would like a little more clarification on that too, as well.
My impression was that it was just sort of a stand-in for Montana Memory Project, or that's sort of the flagship product within that. The same way that Montana Library to Go at this point is the flagship of the e-resources.
Yeah.
And
And
that's the
that's
flagship of collection management.
that's crazy because I see it from a whole different lens. To me, cultural resources mean Native American cultural resources. So yeah, I was like, hey, this is addressing EDI, but maybe it's completely not addressing that at all.
Yeah, for some reason that hexagon is a little hard for me because I feel like it's not clear what we mean, and cultural resources could also be e-resources and could also be part of your collection and could also be programming.
So I was looking at it the same way as Erin, it is about cultural resources, not so that we're not skipping cultural resources. I know somebody tries to make sure that they're in their collection development, but since we have been spending a lot of time talking about BIPOC people this year and equity and diversity, that's what stuck out to me is we are really making an attempt to have cultural resources.
Do you guys agree that Montana Memory Project goes into that hexagon?
Yeah, I think a couple things that I would add. It's about the local resources from our communities, and we've talked about the fact that it's the kinds of cultural resources we have right now are the local histories and the maps and the photographs and the diaries and all that is about Montana and about our various populations within Montana. The Memory Project is sort of the flagship, but there is also the Digital Public Library of America and the Big Sky Country Digital Network. So it's a way of it's us capturing our culture, which has been for a long time an essential role of libraries.
So I feel like the NAC needs to describe that in a paragraph. It's not going to fit on a flow chart before a core services committee would know what to do, how to sit down and how to interpret that. Because otherwise I would think it would just be, the conversation would mostly revolve around Montana Memory Project, which is a great resource and can also have deep cultural meaning, but that's different than like what Aaron and Honor are referencing, and then what it probably should be. I don't know, these hexagons are still weird to me. It feels like we were trying to work with what we have in existence and kind of work those into categories. I still think they overlap a lot.
They're supposed to overlap. Keep in mind, we're trying to think about systems. So if I'm on an e-resources committee and I'm thinking about, do Montanans have access to the electronic resources to meet their information needs? One of the needs that's being met is access to cultural resources through the services of the Montana Memory Project and these other services. Aaron suggested Montana Cultural Resources, and that's probably a great improvement.
As another example of how they overlap, I think you could look at if you look at the MSC in terms of how it helps, it's actually in several of these. For e-resources, it's an authentication method. For collection management, it's the back-end software for that. But it also, it manages the users and things. So I think in some ways it makes it makes it nice to have these categories, because then the holisticness of looking at the overlap is easier to see. But I like the idea of maybe in one like this that's clean, but then another one with those mini hexagons, so that you have a visual representation of some of that overlap.
And I would say, I don't know if we need to dictate what those mini hexagons are. I would love to see the core service committees tell us how they see these services breaking down.
I like that. And you mentioned when you were talking about each one that you pretty much had the same question, like, are we providing what we need to provide for our communities and for our patrons? And so if, you could almost ask each one of these the same questions, and you're going to get different answers, but you're asking them because they're looking at that one piece, and they're also looking at it as a holistic piece. We could still ask them all the same questions, basically. Are we providing adequate technology? What can we do to improve? Programming, pretty much the same thing.
To revisit something I feel like we never solved in terms of our participants back when we were on the previous discussion, and talking about needs assessments. It seems like people were referencing a needs assessments of the individual libraries. But if our participants are Montanans, the needs assessment should be of Montanans. So I don't think we've found the clarity I'd love to see us have in how we how are we measuring that? Who are we talking about? You know, are the libraries a tool by which we better understand Montanans and their needs? But our end users are those Montanans.
But each community is different. So each community may have a different need or, I don't know, cultural group or any of that. So it's, I mean, we could put Montanans there, but I mean, sometimes the needs down here are going to be different than the needs in Missoula, essentially.
Well, and the other piece that I think is applicable to us even more so on the NAC is that we have a lot of trust in these positions to sort of make those judgment calls along the way. You know, I think people, Jenny included, have put their faith in us to make sure that we are being representative with our decision making, that we are considering the whole of Montana and the different library types and the different kinds of communities without necessarily having to be so explicit about it. I guess that is to say, I feel comfortable with a certain level of ambiguity because of who this group is comprised of.
Sean. Jonna asked about a needs assessment from this committee a while ago.
Yeah, wasn't there, oh, this is probably 3 or 4, maybe a little longer than that, but, or a community assessment group that was, does this sound familiar to anyone, or am I just, has it just been too long of a day? I don't know. Susie, does this sound familiar to you at all?
Well, we asked, when I first got on the NAC, there was a proposal to do a needs assessment, to pay somebody to do a needs assessment around electronic resources. And the NAC voted to fund it, and then it turned out that it was significantly more expensive than originally estimated, and it was never done.
Okay, maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's happening again is that we have 2 groups, because our libraries, for the most part, are the ones doing the services to the communities, and the NAC is providing services and resources to the libraries. And so it's almost like a 2-tiered needs. Like, we need the libraries to tell us what they need to serve the communities, and then we need to see if those services that the NAC provides meets the needs of the libraries. Because if we go out and talk to a user, they're not going to be like, yeah, that shared catalog really helps me do what I need. Like, there's not going to be, you know, maybe half of a percent of people that even know what the shared catalog is. But librarians will say, yes, so my patron, by being part of the shared catalog and the partners, I am able to get the materials I need, and my people are getting what they want. So I think it's kind of a 2-tiered evaluation.
There's also the reality that not every library buys into all of these services. You know, up to this point, it's your choice if you join the shared catalog or not, and some choose not to.
Yeah.
And I hope we always give people that choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and I think, I feel like I've said this as well. I think that the shared catalog is an excellent model for what we should be shooting for with collaborative services, because I wasn't the first one to coin this, but it's a service that's, or an option that's too good to refuse. I mean, who in their right mind is going to elect to have a 6-figure ILS bill when they can have something equally good for a fraction of that cost? I mean, it's hard to argue against the shared catalog, and I think the same could be true of most anything that comes out of this group.
But then that has to be a piece of what we evaluate is like, so it's an option for people to opt in or not. Can we look at who's not opting in and what are the barriers? And is that a function of what we're offering? Or is that a function of the library or the community? Or, so our evaluation piece is really complicated.
Well, Susie, for that piece, I did just get in my time machine and go to the future. And the answer is money. That people don't have the money to do all the things that they want to do.
Not always.
So don't forget sacred cows. Sometimes that's why we make the decisions we make.
And that's why we have library consultants that can help us with those sacred cows.
So when I look at this, I wasn't thinking that we were taking like collection management to our patrons, but we were taking these core service subcommittees. These subcommittees were going to go to the librarians around that are in our services around the state, even school librarians and such. I thought that this is what we were trying to do to find out what they needed, asking them basically the same questions across the board, you know, with the collection management. Do you have the shared catalog? Why do you not have it? How does it work? Do you like it? That kind of thing. E-resources, what e-resources do you have? What can we do to help? Those things that they all pretty much go across the board. Now you can get down into programming and technology and take those to your patrons and find out and get that information. But my thought was we were taking all of this to our libraries and saying, getting together in a staff meeting and saying, what do you guys see? How can we help, basically?
Yeah. I think that
I don't know that I think that's exactly how it goes though, right? We're saying there's this core services committee. Would you like to volunteer to join it? And this is what you're discussing. This isn't a free-for-all of, hey, Library Z, what do you need out there? Okay, we'll see if we have the funding for just you to have it. It's, you know, what are the statewide resources we can apply to collaborative shared resources, and then your library can choose to join in or not.
Correct. But
I see that's being the needs assessment component, is just knowing what the library's perceived needs are to best serve their users. Is that accurate?
Yes.
But I think that some of what we're hearing is that the libraries don't know. Like that was part of the needs assessment that Jonna was talking about. The executive committee of Montana Library to Go was asking for that because libraries were saying, well, we don't know if we need more copies of items that have high hold, or if we need a broader collection, or if we're not, like, we didn't have the data from the users about what they needed, but the librarians didn't know.
So I want to suggest sort of a path forward, knowing that there will be opportunities to change this in the future. I'm still personally not quite comfortable with collection management, but I'm comfortable enough with the process to see how it goes. I would like to share this draft with the commission next week as our first iteration of core services. I would like to work with those people who volunteered on the subcommittee to help us revise the evaluation framework process. and then get that out to the state library staff who will be staffing these core service committees. And we need to talk a minute about seeding the core service committees, but have those core service committees then begin to apply the evaluation framework so that at our subsequent meetings, we can enter into conversations with them and see how the process is going and see if the NAC is getting the kinds of information that we think is helpful to do the work, to support the kinds of questions that we're asking today. You know, Kara asked the question, what are the common needs that we could best address? I think probably part of the evaluation framework are flagging some of those kinds of questions that should be asked in a needs assessment. Does that all sound okay to people to that point?
Yes.
There's been some question, and they're posed in the agenda about the core service committees. And in talking about the core service committees, we've always said it's the people who have subject matter expertise and care and are really interested in these specific services. We've talked a little bit about the expectation for these committees. My primary expectation for all of them is that they do this kind of ongoing planning and evaluation work, and that they bring their recommendations back to the NAC in a very iterative way. And in addition to that, there are these sort of ad hoc needs that are going to pop up, like doing an RFP for the shared catalog and some of those other kinds of concrete needs. But in terms of the core service committees themselves, it's that ongoing work of thinking about what these services look like, how we deliver them, how we evaluate them, and so forth, and keeping an eye to the future for those services. I have never seen us restricting the size of these committees. I know some staff have anxiety about that, but I'm interested in different people's thoughts about the makeup of those particular committees.
I think that relatively smaller is better. I'm thinking like 7 people, if that were our average, 5 to 7 people on each one of these committees would be a good nimble group to be able to make decisions, move quickly, be decisive, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know how you ensure a level of representation that we want, but I think some eye toward representation of types of communities and types of libraries is pretty important.
I really liked the idea of you start with like a town hall discussion that anyone and everyone is invited to. You get the most voices, and maybe from there you're like, okay, let's invite these 6 people to get together and turn this into a document. But I love the concept of core services committee as not being something that you have to have bylaws and you have to have a set number of people with scary term limits or number of meetings you have to show up to. It feels like you could start with some information gathering and then go down from there, more specific. In my mind, the core service subcommittees all have somebody from Montana State Library staff who's making sure that there's some representation. But I recall Kara sharing that when it was time to look for the courier, there were no volunteers from certain parts of the state or from certain representative libraries. And that's an unfortunate problem that will probably regularly occur. So maybe if there was some way to start off with a more broad scale information gathering and sharing session, and then, a smaller group who would actually do more of the work in creating the framework.
This is sorry, this is connecting back to another thing that we've been talking about, which is the roles of these. I feel like as part of that like town hall type discussion, it would be really good to have like a description of each of these committees. I mean, that's recruiting the membership of these subcommittees seems like as good a reason as anything to get some measure of detail, some tighter description of what those subcommittees are actually charged with. End of Sean interrupting.
So what I was going to say is I think that Hanor has spoken to this really well previously about our need to mentor and bring forward future leaders. And I wonder if, not to make more work for Joe, but I wonder if Joe could offer, a couple trainings of like how to be an effective, committee member. And then with the way that we're doing the certifications, say something like, attend these 2 trainings with Joe and then be part of 3 meetings and you get so many credits for your certification. So that we can like pull in, and those of us that are library directors can, encourage some of our younger up and coming people to be like, hey, this is a great thing to do for, leadership, that this is a really good training ground for people. And we need to not have everything fall on the same 20 people. It seems to be, I don't know if 20 is the right number, but end of thought.
I also was wondering, I had started by asking if there would be the concept that, in our role on the NAC, we could also serve on a core service committee. Should there absolutely be at least one NAC representative involved in every core service committee, or does that then make decisions harder when you are making a decision down the line? I could see an argument either way.
I think it kind of makes a lot of sense just because, like in the beginning, we talked about a commission member being a, de facto member of the NAC for the reasons that they can bring that back to their meetings. And, maybe the report that they got in their, materials beforehand doesn't quite give all the nuance of what happened in the meeting. I think it's not a bad idea to have NAC members in a core services group. I also know that it just adds one more thing. So I'd be willing to, but I would be stretching myself even thinner. So I don't know.
I want to ask staff what they think. I want to make sure you feel like you're getting some direction. We've got a bit of a mix of opinions, I think, about how to approach these committees, from being more formal to being more open.
Jenny knows I've brought this up before, that I worry about them being too big because we want voices to be heard. And if we have too many committee members, not everybody's voice can be heard in a group discussion. Even in a meeting this size, it's hard for people to speak up, I think, sometimes. The other thought I had is in regards to the chart in front of us. We have a professional development committee started by Joe, and obviously it touches all of these areas, but yet where does it fit in this chart, and does it need to? I mean, I feel like the chart gives us a guide, but it maybe isn't going to represent everything that the state library does and works on. And professional development is certainly something that we do that's not necessarily represented here.
Yeah, and it's not intended to.
And I would say that Joe did share that she didn't feel like she could limit her committee. And yet it's kind of so big, it's hard for people to develop relationships, to be able to kind of have that honest give and take that can be so valuable in a committee. And I did make note that, Jenny, Joe, and I should visit about how Joe's committee fits within this. I think Jenny and I see it as reviewing the barriers, and that the professional development committee then makes recommendations on what training or professional development might help overcome those barriers that are related to a lack of knowledge or skill.
I really liked the idea of, and this is, I think, a layer down from these core service subcommittees, but of doing sort of on-demand, smaller groups to deal with specific, programs or tasks or projects or problems, and keeping those less formal. But I have concerns about, in both sides. Like, if you make it really formal, then it becomes a commitment, and we already, as everybody has said, have some trouble in getting a diverse group to commit to that kind of undertaking, being on a core service subcommittee for a year or 2 years. But at the same time, if it's too informal, then you run the risk of constantly having to recruit. Like, I think we had the good idea in one of our earlier meetings about the MLN, about having like a job board kind of thing of, here's the opportunities, this committee is going to be talking about this, maybe you're invited. But if we don't have that well developed, I think you could be constantly sending emails trying to find people to help you fill those subcommittees or the work groups that spin off of them. So I don't know which is better, though, that or the difficulty of finding somebody who could commit to a 2-year term.
Please don't say terms. I hate
terms. A 2-year stint.
Service periods.
Your commitment.
I think I really like that idea of making it easy to come on and go off of these subcommittees, just because recruitment is a pain. It's difficult.
Yeah.
Was that Amy that was just talking? Okay, good. While Amy was talking, rather than having a job board, maybe we have just like a living pool of potential committee members in each one of these that, if we're going to be asking people to join up for a period of time, at least we're not starting cold, that maybe we have a list of, 10, 20, 50 people to select from and get see if they have the time, the willingness to join in, but know that they do have an interest and a vested interest in contributing.
So I have an idea. We could do where you have as many people as wants to be on the technology or programming or whatever you're doing, and they can be part of that. However, you have 5 or 7 spokespeople right? So you have your spokesperson, and you have that group that can attend a little more regularly. If one of your spokespeople can't be there, would one of the other people step up and be at that meeting so that we can still host the meeting and get something done? But you do have basically a spokesperson for a group. That way, everybody feels like they're heard, and yet it's not so big that, I don't know, it just seems like, but you'd have to have like, you still want your goal. What's the goal of our subcommittee, and what do we, whatever, and just have that written out, and then people can join it and they can be a part of it and they can be spokespeople, but then they can come and go as needed as long as the group keeps functioning and working.
I really like that where both Lori and Sean said about making it easy to come and go, which actually, if we got that established, it might solve some of our recruiting and getting people, like if they know, because like when we're at MLA or at an MSC meeting and they're already in the room, people love to have these kind of discussions. So if we can establish that we're going to be having these discussions, drop in, let's, and then Lori's idea of a core group that kind of keeps it rolling forward, some kind of hybrid model there.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about even something as simple as like a survey that goes out to I mean, I know we don't want it to be just MSC, but that's a huge chunk of libraries and library staff. Just to, gauge their interest. Are they interested in one or all of these areas? Would they be interested in serving a stint on a subcommittee? And that way we have, again, those pools of people that we can add and remove and flex on and off.
Yeah. It's a good point about having those pools of people. I think we tend to know who has interest and expertise in these areas. I think maybe one approach is to think about the work that we're asking them to do rather than a committee or a committee structure. So if a question is posed, we're wrestling with how we describe the impact and outcomes of e-resources. If this conversation is of interest to you, join us to talk about this. I know we're struggling to get people interested in the Courier. That's not a great example, but to frame the opportunities for engagement around the work and the questions that we're asking of people, rather than asking them to sit on a committee, and then let it be free flowing from there.
Maybe we're thinking about this a little too much. Maybe we have subcommittees for each of these 6 hexagons, and then those hexagons determine what work, maybe that committee determines what work is really a priority for the year, and then we set up smaller groups to do that work. So I'm thinking of cultural resources in particular and related to the Montana Memory Project specifically. Perhaps one of the things is to say, well, what we really want to focus on is this policy for individuals to be able to contribute content, not just to individuals. So let's set up a smaller group, a subset that will write that and then bring it back to the larger group to review, that will then send it out to the NAC or something like that. Maybe we're making it could be smaller subsets doing specific tasks off of that larger committee group. And maybe that helps with my need of having a smaller committee group where voices can be heard.
And to that end, Jen, I certainly don't think we need to dictate how these committees structure themselves or whether or not they have work groups to focus on specific tasks that have to be done. I think in the end, we just want to see good outcomes from the work.
You will still need one facilitator though to organize.
Absolutely, yeah. And we do have state library staff for each of the committees.
Is Cat Wrangler in there, job description.
I don't think it'll be that bad because you'll get people that really are very passionate about technology or resources or the Montana Memory Project, and they're going to be super passionate and they're going to want to actually contribute because they have these great ideas. And then with Jennifer saying that even like you have, you know, your big giant group with these headings, and then you have smaller subcommittees or even smaller groups after that to be able to share and elaborate, it will all, I think it'll all come together.
Aaron's point about asking for subject matter experts. Aaron, does it help just to ask people who have an interest in these areas? They may not have that expertise, but if they're interested, we'd love to hear from them.
Yeah, so one of my staff members just came to me and said, I want to try to do some volunteering. So of all the things I'm involved in, I thought about, I think he might be interested in this from American Indian Library Association. So I'm pushing him down that path just because I kind of a good idea of what he's interested in and the amount of work required in that group. But, you know, maybe if he comes back and says, I'm not really into that group, is there anything else you think I might be interested in? This might be a great time to say, yes, I think you would be really interested in the programming. And then he's not necessarily a subject matter expert, but he has experience, you know, as I'd say, you know, all of our library staff do. And that's one thing I really don't want to make this elite to where the people who always do everything are going to do all of this as well.
I think that's a really important point. And, you know, I think we have to recognize that to the best of our abilities, we should try to accommodate different people's communication styles. Maybe some of the discussion has to happen one-on-one with people who aren't comfortable speaking up in committees through, you know, surveys or you know, small group discussions. I suspect it's not going to be a one size fits all, and I think that's okay, and maybe something that we should encourage. Sean had mentioned a kind of a description for each of these committees, and in my mind, the description is really that they are doing the work of completing that evaluation framework, the thinking that goes into it, working with our staff to develop the metrics and the analytics and beginning to do some of that analysis and bringing that information back to the Network Advisory Council. There will be additional responsibilities for these groups that are particular to the individual core service areas, but you know, that work of helping with that planning and evaluation is the one responsibility that I think crosses all of those committees. Maybe we can describe that a little bit more in the evaluation framework as we get that developed. Let me ask you this, SNAC members. You know, we've put out calls for some of these committees already, and as Kara shared, some of them are well invested in their work. Are we comfortable continuing with the process of engaging libraries around these areas, giving them the evaluation framework when that's finished, and seeing where that takes us for the November meeting? Do you think there's additional work to be done in the meantime, besides getting that evaluation framework draft more closer to final.
Jenny, would a typical meeting be a day-long meeting, or would a typical meeting be, 4 hours or 2 hours?
Are you talking about the course service committees?
This group, and whether they would be, whether it will require another meeting before November to feel like we are able to get everything done. It feels like we've got a subcommittee of this group who's, well, we're going to clean up the bylaws. That's pretty easy in the scheme of things, but also who's going to clean up this framework.
Yep. What if we cleaned up the framework and then decided from there if we needed to have a meeting of the NAC to review it together, or if we felt like email was sufficient before we decided that? I kind of feel like with the core service committees, well, I'm really torn because I know some staff want more direction, and the reason I'm torn is I just kind of want to get out of everybody's way.
So what's the question that we're thinking about here? I think I lost something.
Yeah, I think
John asked. So I was confused too.
So just kind of thinking about next steps. I would really love to have our subcommittee that's looking at the evaluation framework develop something that we can then bring back to this group before getting it in the hands of the core service committees. I think one of the questions is whether or not it's going to take a meeting to do that discussion, or if that's something that can happen via email. And I kind of don't know. I mean, given this group's discussion today, it may require a meeting. We may be just so satisfied with what we come up with that it might not. I don't know.
Are we talking about the meeting to sort out the evaluation framework, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
After the subcommittee has come up with something, you mean like?
Yes.
The question is, after the subcommittee comes up with a new framework, and is it going to be enough to email it to the NAC and get feedback, or do we need to meet about it? That's the question.
Yes.
I think that what we should do is just what Jenny said, is that we will come up with a revised framework. We will email it to everybody, and then people can say what they want. Because I don't think if we do a really terrible job and you guys want to rework everything, then let's have a meeting. If you guys think we, nailed it, let's not have a meeting and just move forward.
Is everybody comfortable with that?
I'm on board with that. Good idea.
Hey. Are you comfortable with state library staff continuing to discuss how to seat these core service committees?
Yes.
Yeah.
Staff, do you have any more questions about the committees that you want to pose for everyone?
I had a question about how or whether as we go into reviewing the evaluation framework, is that going to connect with our LSTA 5-year plan? And we'll be drafting a new plan in the next year. Do we want those to connect? And I think that would be really, I'm editorializing now. I think that would be really helpful in the groups looking to that plan as sort of guidelines for setting outcomes within the committees. since we're talking about LSTA dollars.
Kara, can you remind me, has LSTA released their priorities for the coming 5-year plans?
If they have, I haven't seen that document yet, but I'll take a look.
Yeah, I haven't seen that document either. So I think that's probably something we should put on our November agenda to talk about. I've said this before, I'm less inclined to let the LSTA requirements drive our priorities so much as looking for ways to make sure that our priorities crosswalk with the LSTA priorities. But until we see and know what those priorities are, I think that works a little bit challenging, but something we need to look at. We're nearing 4 o'clock. The library development budget is linked in your agenda. So I encourage you to take a look at that. And if you have questions, let me know. And then in terms of ARPA funds, at the State Library Commission next Thursday, the 19th, we'll be having a discussion with them primarily about just the total dollars amount, the legislation that governs how the State Library has to use those funds specifically for hotspots and broadband services, and then e-content and then a Newsline program for people who are blind and low vision. So we don't have a lot of time to go into discussion there, except to say that some of the work of the core service committees will be helping to prioritize how we spend those ARPA dollars in areas of both e-resources and cultural resources. And so I know that's driving a lot of Kara's questions about understanding how we invest and how we prioritize those kinds of investments.